So I was playing Marvel Rival yesterday. He got me. I am a simple drama frog. I see Ethan title. I click. I knew it. It was like, oh, Ethan, don't worry. And it's all good. To be fair, I am also a drama frog. You know? You and I are the same, chatter.
Shush, one thought.
I can't speak on
just
that.
Subscribed.
You was ready yesterday? You're welcome. Also, you're not getting paid. Confirmed. I was watching, playing Marvel Rivals yesterday. You see the episode so unhinged? I know, we're going to watch it. And tell me why one of you said this. Just in a random game. Are you the real Sean, like the streamer? Why am I getting recognized in Marvel Rivals? This is the second time I've ever been recognized, ever. The first time was on League of Legends. And the second time was here. And I just said, depends on who's asking. And it said, LOL. Now I don't know if it's a hater or a fan. You know what I mean? Because I don't know if it's like, you know what I mean? Are you real like a streamer? Like they're a hater, you know? They're like that guy who's like said black people were inferior culture or whatever. Black people were inferior.
I was about to go
you know?
get the Henny.
Shithawk, thank you for the is it pronounced Shithawk? That's a crazy name. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. So that face probably a fan. To bring off topic, did you ever play Telltale? I love to watch you play those games. I've watched Telltale. Hassan played Telltale. Walking Dead. But I've never played it. Maybe we'll play it for like a sub goal or something. I do want to do more gaming. Sean the Sheep. Bro, Sean the Sheep stole my name. And it spelled it incorrectly. Person thinks you're buzzing, whatever happened to him. Honestly, I probably shouldn't do this. But what was his name, chat? What was his name? Oh. Oh, they're live right now with an AI generated thumbnail. Do they only just do like Ethan defense? This is why I got kicked from Kick. Wait, they got banned on Kick? That's so funny. That's so funny. Wait, hold on. Okay. At Sean the Sheep, at Sean the Black, at Hasnabi, at H3 Podcast. Response to Sean the Black Twitch stream when all this was going on. Racist AF, Sean the Black, at Sean the Black, Sean the Black. Bro, okay, this person is literally unhinged. Hasnabi gay slurred at me. Sean the Black mocks the disabled. Why are they just posting Hassan's armpit for their thumbnail? Hey, he's stealing my thumbnails, okay? And he gets no views because of it. Stealing my versus thumbnails? Hassan the Sheep needs a new job. Take religion out of tech now. Twitch boycott. You know what? Sure. He cooked you? You're right. Or the guy Twitter viewer Andy. I was curious, honestly. Morbid curiosity to see what they were doing now. And, you know, happy to see that they are living their best life farming me for views, which again, I don't understand. Like, if you're gonna farm someone for views, farm Hassan. Like, I'm not gonna bring you the views you want. No free clout. I mean, like, honestly, I'm not even worried about like no free clout in this instance. Nobody's watching these streams. Like, I'm sorry. Like, nobody's watching these streams. I could literally tell you guys to like enjoy this person's content, like in a positive manner, and nothing will stick. You know, it just won't. So, yeah, I don't really have an issue with like just doing a little check. Like, they have one viewer out of everything that happened and being posted by both me. I'm still in the title. I'm in the description for their live stream for today. Like, that's kind of sad, bro. Okay, I'm finished.
Father Fallon just subscribed.
Like, is he just? Am I just a permanent staple in this person's title? Also, they've been live for 4 hours. Oh, they turned VODs off. I can't even scroll back to the VOD. There's one chatter. There is one chatter. Now there's 2 viewers. You're welcome. And the comments are off too. RIP. RIP. That's funny. I am curious about like at least some of these things. This is just the Asmongold thing, which I'm just like, also this thumbnail sucks. This thumbnail is absolutely garbage. So is this one. I think this sheep KKK Muslim question mark. Everything is racist. Old. Oh, you put old in the thumbnail. You know what? Respect. Respect. You know what? Own it. Genuinely think you might be unwell. I mean, I think so as well. You know what I mean? But it's interesting that this, you know, peer behind the curtain a little bit. It's a tad bit.
Let me indulge a little bit.
Let me indulge a little bit. Hello. I'm watching him watching me.
This is a good chance to do anything with double down, so do that. Expected. I'd like to mention one last time, I did not report or retaliate against you for this misconstrued shit, and I wish you well, not well, multiple times in this video. Anyway, thanks for understanding / anything next gens. It ain't about your identity politics, it's about the figureheads and our community issues with things like anti-Semitism lately, etc. Main point, stick to or don't bother, etc. It's all said in the video in fucking context. It's not about your skin for once. Yep, I'm white, you got it. Address the Ethan points or understand why I'm criticizing you. This is the point of my video. Not race war 2025. Not everything is a race war, sorry. And then posted chat GPT links as like sources. Okay. Okay, we have to, I can't. I feel like we're documenting mental illness, and I feel like I'm feeding into it. We're gonna move on. How's this related to chat? Just American IQs are dropping. Here's why it might not be a bad thing. I mean, yeah, like I think like I'm not gonna get into the AI conversation. I do want to briefly take a look at
Okay.
this a little bit, but also not this one. This one. Hassan responds to the Asmongold. And Ethan Klein apparently. I popped them on my feed. Oh, there's a CNN video by Mama Khalil that we can take a look at as well. And then we have to watch the H3 podcast episode that people said was insane. So we have things to cover and watch. And we're going to get through all this, and then we're going to play some Marvel Rivals because it's fun. Also, Father Farron, thank you for the 2-month resubscription. And Eddie Bingo, thank you for the 8-month resubscription. Jal, thank you for the Prime. Yeah, much appreciated. This is the Ian Freestyle. Is genuinely one of the worst things I've heard. Beat it so awfully, has no idea what to do over it. So you really are a legend. Thank you. Super Marvel Rival just hit Grandmaster. I don't believe you. Let's continue. Let's start with this. It's only 10 minutes long.
Yeah, all right.
And I make y'all wait for the drama.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay, alrighty. Oh, yes. Yes, all right. Okay. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Oh my god. Hi everyone. Big Thinny Fantano here. Internet's busiest music nerd. I hope you're doing well. And it's a vindication.
Honestly, I think I could hit GM if I played enough. I just don't. Also, my teams are so bad. It's not even my fault. I was literally about to hit gold 1, and I got a like 3-game loss streak because my teams are so atrociously bad.
Tuesday over here on the Fantano channel. Doesn't matter what day this video drops. It's always a vindication.
I mean, I would play more if you guys watched it. You guys don't watch it. You guys can't. None of you can speak about my Marvel Rivals skill. I don't want to see any copiums or copes because none of you watch in the first place. All right, and I would play more if people watched it on stream, and people don't watch it on stream. So, yeah.
Tuesday,
our fault,
but
yes.
We are talking about one Mr. Ian, rap copycat extraordinaire. The boy really rode in on a huge wave of hype, riding a sound that sort of sounded like an awful combination of a lot of trendy stuff to come immediately before him, be it some Playboi Carti or Future or Yeet, just a very kind of trippy, aggressive, distorted trap music with mumbly vocals, tons of auto-tune to a certain inflection about it that
I never got Ian, honestly. Our Rivals is getting kind of boring now. I mean, it's season 2 starts, I think, in like 2 weeks though. Is that the point is like, so it doesn't get boring. They're gonna drop more content and more maps and more game modes and stuff. I like Clone Rumble, but I hate the fact that like everybody doesn't play the same character. Is my least favorite thing. I hate that one team picks a character and another team picks a character, and then you can pick between 2 characters. I wish it was just, you know, one team picks a character, the other team picks a character, and then both characters are like voted on between both teams, and you can only play one character. I want to play 6 the things. I want to play 6. I want to play 12 things. I want to play 12 Iron Mans. I don't want to play 6 Iron Man or 7 Iron Man and like 6 Hella or whatever, or you know, whatever. I hate it. You know, force everyone to play the same character. Almost every game I've had on Club Rumble, both teams voted for the same character. Yeah, I know that's not the case. I will say the most fun I've ever had is just like all Jeffs. Like my team is all Jeffs, and then versus like a team of Captain Americas. So we have a team of people who cannot die because they keep blocking damage, and a team of other people who cannot die because we keep healing. The game lasted like 50 minutes, bro. It was a long game. It was an insanely long game. It was fun though. So much of Clone Rumble is just magic.
Feels kind of
so fun. It is very fun. And so the point of how you win that game, I'll give you some tech, is you basically just have to you basically just have to like time your ults correctly, right? You have to save your ult and you wait for the other, like a one person to ult, and then you just ult anybody who ulted, right? And somebody may ult you, and then you just ult that person, and you gotta time your ults correctly so like the last person standing is just somebody on your team who holds their ult and then uses it on the other Jeff that ults. You know what I mean? So if it's like 6 Jeffs on your team versus 6 Jeffs on their team, the first person to ult loses essentially. If everybody has their ults, right? Because if the other team ults, then your team ults and ults that person, and then their team ults and ults that person, and then their team ults and ults that person, until the last person with ult ults everybody and holds them and throws them all off the map. And then you win. Kind of like the snow game mode. Yeah, kind of like that.
Baby influenced as well too at points. Look, Ian's sound and style, for those who are not initiated, is like a very mediocre combination of a lot of different things.
I wouldn't even say mediocre. It's pretty rough. It's pretty bad. She's like, does mean 18 clones in total. The problem is you can't play Loki. You can't pick Doctor Strange. And you can't pick most strategists. You can only, for the strategist, you can only pick Adam Warlock, Mantis. I think there's one more. But yeah, you can't pick any strategists except for a few. Which kind of sucks, honestly. No, Magneto. I thought you could pick Magneto. Thought it was just you can't pick Strange. Oh, and Jeff. You can pick Jeff. No Luna Snow, no Cloak and Dagger, no Loki. You pick Monster Hunter. I literally had Monster Hunter Wilds in my cart to purchase, and I just didn't buy it because I was just like, I don't know if I would enjoy it. Like Adam's Band 2. Oh, is it? I know there's 3 that's allowed. I think honestly, Iron Man is the best character for Clone Rumble if you want to win, right? Because like it's so easy just to sit back. Because if they ever pick because there's only 2 options. They either have to go Iron Man with you or go another character, and if that other character is a melee character, they're cooked, right? If it's Iron Man versus the Thing, you're kind of cooked. The Thing can't do anything against Iron Man, right? And so you just have to go Iron Man versus Iron Man. Cap is the worst. Match felt like hours. Yeah, I just talked about my Cap match. It was pretty rough. I imagine all Human Torch. It was pretty fun. Yeah, but again, if you have a character that can fly, Storm, Human Torch, Iron Man, and you have a melee character as the other one, like a Thing or a even like a Hulk or a Groot or whatever, like we should play the bad Ian freestyle before watching. Is Fantano not gonna play snippets of it? I mean, he's gonna get to the context first. Let's watch the context first, and then watch the freestyle.
Making rap music, who seemingly doesn't really have much of a grasp of the genre outside of whatever has happened within it in the past several years, and that's it. And when your context for a genre and a style is that shallow and that thin, of course the music you're going to be making is going to come out pretty piss poor. Piss poor is pretty much about how I would describe every major project he has released up until this point. But you know what? Look, I'm not the only person who has been voicing these criticisms of Ian's music. There recently was a pretty notorious interview featuring one Tyler, the Creator, where, without naming his name specifically, he did pretty much single Ian out because how he was describing the artist in question he was talking about, pretty much only Ian could have fit that bill.
This white kid, regular like Caucasian man, and he's like mocking Future and Gucci Mane like rap music. I'm looking at it and something about it like don't even sit well with me in comparison to someone like a Mac Miller or Eminem, who it didn't seem like they was mocking it. They had a genuine love for it, and they were still just being, you know?
And as you can imagine, this caused quite a riff in the fandom of both artists.
Which it shouldn't, because Ian should not have a fandom, right? I don't understand that. And I think the problem with it is that Ian is co-signed by rappers who want money. That's it. That's it. Ian is co-signed, I think it's why I think he's an industry plant, by rappers because of his access to wealth. And he's paying these rappers for the co-sign, to hang out with them, to, you know, talk about, like, you know, tracks with them, to, like, just be in community with them. And so Tyler is putting these rappers in a weird situation where, like, we all understand that, yeah, this is a culture vulture, but you're hanging out with them. So how does that, you know what I mean? How does that work? Because that's where the rift comes from. Who's worth, Ian or Lil Mabu? Ian. I think Ian is worse because Ian is actually taken seriously in the mainstream. Lil Mabu is not taken seriously in the mainstream. Right? Lil Mabu, if Lil Mabu was successful in what he was trying to do, would be Ian. You know? Like, Ian is actually in community with large rappers. He's actually, you know, doing shows. He's actually, he's more popular than Lil Mabu is. Lil Mabu was known as like a TikTok white kid. They're very similar, but I think Ian is like worse.
Respectively.
People see plants like Ian and accuse Doechii of being an industry plant, which is crazy because Doechii has like grinded. Like, we not see Doechii in the woes of TikTok promoting music like that. Like, we saw the Doechii's like progression into becoming successful and then getting notoriety for it. Doechii is like a chaperone with like 10 years of experience before getting for a break. Yeah, and it's not at all similar to like Ian, who came out 2 years ago and is immediately in the mainstream. Like, what are we talking about? I'm not a huge Doechii fan or whatever, but her lyrics are not giving industry plant. Yeah. When do they feel the same about Ice Spice? That is a good question. I think if you were to call somebody industry plant, Ice Spice would definitely be more of an industry plant. Right? I still don't think not as much of an industry plant as Ian or whatever, but like if you were to call it such, like you would have to say it about Ice Spice and like not Doechii, you know? Because Ice Spice definitely fits that mold a little bit better. Now, to be fair, you could also see Ice Spice's progression of there's a difference between somebody who between somebody who got very viral off of one clip, right? And then turned that into a career versus like somebody who's an industry plant. You know what I mean? And that's what Ice Spice had done. You just had 1 or 2 trending songs. Yeah. Industry plant only matters if they suck. I mean, true. Just good management and branding. I'm not calling Ice Spice an industry plant, but I'm saying that if you're going to call Doechii an industry plant, that label applies more to Ice Spice than it does Doechii, right? Because like, if you view it from a very reductive point of view, for somebody who got very popular very quickly, Ice Spice did get very popular very quickly. Sean's cam's supposed to be gone. My cam is not gone. My cam is there. It's on the screen. Tom McDonald's an industry plant. Tom McDonald's not an industry plant because he's not in the industry. You know what I mean? Maybe Ice Spice was out of nowhere. Doechii gets her flowers for actually working hard. He's an industry clown, if anything. True. You should gatekeep industry plant. You can say the same for so many people because they had good rep. Airshine the Black is the industry plant. Well, people can say that. I think that honestly, you can say whatever you want. I don't care if you feel someone is an industry plant or not. You know, or if you feel we should gatekeep it. You know, it's a meaningless term that people just apply to people that we don't like. You know, that's it. Anyway, let's continue with this.
Of the hip hop community at large,
You playing a stone around like Nepo Baby?
You know,
yeah, it's genuinely a meaningless term because like who cares? Yeah.
honestly asking terminally online white children to choose between Tyler the creator and a mediocre white guy who they can project themselves onto, that's a tough one. When this interview
True.
came out and this discourse was discoursing through our veins collectively, Ian, to his credit, just kind of kept his head down and continued to do his thing. Didn't really respond, didn't really bring it up. However, he recently did this little new lyrical lemonade lunch break freestyle thing a day ago, and he does address the whole Tyler the creator thing among some other stuff in this freestyle here. So
should we listen to the entire freestyle, chat? I think Fantano's going to show some clips. We'll be listening to the entire freestyle if y'all want to. Yes. Okay. I want slop. Wait, he didn't even make it on like Lyrical Lemonade 1? He's on Lyrical Lemonade 2? On the second channel? That's kind of cooked. That's kind of cooked.
Yo, what's that word? It's Lotto, and we live with another episode of Lunch Break Freestyle.
Lotto? Who is this person, bro? I don't know who. Maybe I'm old. I'm old now. I'm old now. Like, he just says, like, it's Lotto. Like, we're supposed to know who that is. You know what I mean? Are we supposed to know who that is?
We got Ian at the table today. Let's get into it.
Damn. Just started my day with a blunt. I don't know if that's fucked up, feel like it is. I'm really starting to hate these motherfuckers for not letting us act like kids. What if I never had that idea? What if I never went and signed a deal? What if that baby skipped Dr. Phil? What if Ray J never fucked Kim? I wish TK didn't go to jail. I wish my mama knew where I was at. Why the fuck everybody cool with Face ID? Bitch, Face ID was a trap. Big ass crib, still sleep on the couch.
Okay. So. Okay. So this is obviously a freestyle, right? This is a freestyle in the way that, like, it is a pre-written verse that is rapped over a beat that is not the original intended beat, right? Live. Right? So it is very obviously and clearly a freestyle in that way. For you don't know Lotto, she blew up last year, I think. No, that chat. Chat. That that was not Lotto. I know who Lotto is. Right? I actually knew about Lotto before most of y'all knew about Lotto. I saw Lotto on The Rap Game with Jermaine Dupri, like, in like 2014, season 1. Right? When her name was Miss Mulatto. You feel me? Like, I know who Lotto is. This person is not that. Same was 2015. Oh, okay. I was a year. You know what I was talking about. This is not that person. Yes, she has changed so much. She has changed so much. Congratulations. Cheddar, it's audio only. I mean, maybe, but like it didn't even sound like Lotto's voice. Oh, jeez, my bad, audio listener.
What's that word? It's Lotto, and we live with another episode of.
Like, I just love that Cheddar heard that. It was like, and I heard me say, "Who is this person?" It was like, you don't know who Lotto is? I think it's very obvious who that is. That's so funny. That's so funny. Oh my goodness. I like that. I love that. Anyway, so I got distracted by whatever that message was. The thing I was gonna say is that this is very obviously like a written freestyle. That is a pre-written verse spit over a beat that is not the original beat. The problem with that is Ian is untalented. Right? That's the issue. he's untalented. He's unable to adapt his pre-written verse into the environment that he's currently in. You know who Two Hollis is? I don't. Maybe the Fantano's gonna explain it to me. I'm old, chat. So that's the issue. Or that's not the issue, it's a issue.
Feel like it is. I'm really starting to hate these motherfuckers.
Also, this is mixed horrifically. All right. Now, I can't speak about audio mixing. My audio is terrible. But it just mixed horrendously. It's so bad.
For not letting us act like kids. What if I never had that idea? What if I never went and signed a deal? What if that baby skipped Dr. Phil? What if Ray J never fucked Kim? I wish TK didn't go to jail. I wish my mama knew I
Okay, now him saying I wish TK didn't go to jail, I feel like you think just because it rhymed, he put it in there, but like, I'm not a big free TKer. You know what I mean? I think TK is a product of the system that you know, allowed him to at a young age get involved in violent activities. But like, bro is a menace, just a straight menace. Just so like, I don't know. I think it's funny though. It's not his fault, okay?
Why the fuck everybody cool with Face ID? Bitch, Face ID was a trap. Big ass crib, still sleep on the couch. We is not falling out about a thought. I don't even got a reason for these thoughts. I'm beating up real demons. Where's God? Do it matter?
Also, like, I'm also not a big person to be like, every single your lyrics have to rhyme. But like, I don't think he's rhymed literally at all. Like, bro went to Rhyme Zone and scrolled past the like direct rhymes down to like the near rhymes and scrolled past those as well, right? Into like the tangentially related rhymes. And he was like, that's what I'm gonna use for this entire track. This is it. You zapped at the best slide in the entire freestyle. Yeah, I'll run it back. So I'll listen to it.
These thoughts, I'm beating up real demons. Where's God? Do it matter if two hollers likes guys? Why the fuck shit happen unless I try? Just spill tears in my butters. Real motherfuckers.
So I'm guessing Two Hollis is gay. Maybe. And maybe he's right. Does it? He's not. He's not? Oh, okay. Okay. That's even more insane. That's even crazier. Okay. At first I thought it was just like a weird, like, why would you put this in here bar? But no, he's just like, he's just throwing out gay allegations to random people. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's insane.
How the fuck shit happen unless I try? Just spill tears on my butters. Real motherfuckers cry.
I think he said butters. I don't think he said buttocks. But it's very hard to tell. You know what I mean? This is what happens when you are co-opting language you're not familiar with.
Butters, real motherfuckers, butters, real motherfuckers. Just spill tears on my butters. Real motherfuckers cry.
To be fair, the captions also called butters. But
bitch, I've been there 100 times. I get scared when it's quiet. I don't care about it, I don't gotta have it. Hit the West Coast for some peace of mind. I'm an air wine off a kratom tablet. 20,000 on my fucking thighs and another 20 for my fucking jacket. I don't know.
He's talking about his pants. I'm just some of the choices that he makes in this song for the lyrics is weird, right? What is it, Tam? I thought everyone knew that. Toddy, you're talking to a predominantly white chat on Twitch. Like, no. But, because, like, what does he mean he has 20,000 on his thighs? Who says that? Is that a thing that people say? Like, I'm assuming he's talking about his pants costing $20,000. But, like, people say, like, 20,000 on their wrists, meaning their watch. 20,000 on their neck, meaning their chains. People don't say 20,000 on their thighs. That's not a thing that people say. Or their belts. Like, thighs is not a thing that people say. He's on his thighs? Yeah, he said on his thighs. And so I'm confused. An escort baby? So he's saying he's paying $20,000 for, like, a prostitute? Is that what the take is? Maybe. Tattoos? Like, he paid $20,000 for a tattoo? That's not a flex. That's stupid. 2,000 in his pockets? Maybe. But he didn't say, like, he would just say in his pockets, not on his thighs. Because on his thighs implies it is an article of clothing or jewelry. Like, on his thighs. That's what the implication is. When people, and this is a problem when people who don't know AAVE, right, or don't use AAVE normally, or don't know how it's structured, start using the language, because that's not what it refers to. Like,
For some peace of mind, I'm an air wine off a kratom tablet. 20,000 on my fucking thighs and another 20 for my fucking jacket. I don't know why.
So he says 20,000 for, like, on his thighs, and then 20,000 for his jacket. So that does imply that he's talking about articles of clothing. So, like, I'm assuming it means his pants, but nobody says that. Like, nobody says that. That's not how people refer to their pants being expensive. It's not. People do not say 20. And okay, I will say, I'll say this. Rappers oftentimes are the pioneers for saying something in a new way that then catches on. This is not one of those things, right? This is not one of those times. Like, if he's trying to start saying, yeah, 10,000, 20,000 on my thighs as, like, a way to say expensive clothes, that's not happening. I'm gonna say that right now. It's not happening.
The fuck on before I tweak about it. We ain't beefing, he just think about it. I can't get it, I just think about it. Too tired of losing sleep about it. I'm too fried to even speak about it. Shit.
Like, I don't even know what he's saying here at this point.
Was fucked up wondering why I do it. Bitch dropped to her knees like hallelujah. All I motherfucking needed was how you doing. Back then I really loved our future. I ain't never sat down trying to mock future. I ain't wanna show no disrespect, so I kept my mouth shut, and that's not human. Damn, would have been a dumbass thing to do. I need space, just had a long ass day.
Okay, I love him saying that it would be a dumb thing to speak about Odd Future right after, on a song, on a freestyle, speaking about Odd Future. Like, that's pretty funny. Like, that's pretty funny. Like, sure, all right, cool. I'm sure they would appreciate that.
But I love my paper blue. Yeah, my head kind of full. I need space. Just had a long ass day, but I love my paper blue. Yeah, my head kind of full.
Like, I just what is he saying?
Kept my mouth shut, and that's not human. Damn, would have been a dumbass thing to do. I need space. Just had a long ass day, but I love my paper blue. Yeah.
I feel like he just, like, again, rhyme zoned these lyrics, right? With paper blue. Okay. This is just that's you being white, okay? Blue paper is referring to $100 bills. Like, that's a thing that exists. All right. Y'all ever had money? Y'all ever have money is crazy. don't know. So paper blue is a thing that exists, but I feel like it doesn't make sense in the context of the bars, right? He said, I need my space. It's been a long ass day. Okay, those bars relate to each other, right? Like, he needs space, distance from people because he's had a long day. Cool. And then he said, but I love my paper blue. How does that refer to the bars that came before? It just felt like, you know, you needed a word that rhymes. And so you're like, oh, paper blue is a word that rhymes. People talk about, like, you know, blue faces, huntings before. So I'm gonna drop that in there somewhere. It doesn't relate. He's talking about work, but he's not.
Dumbass thing to do. I need space. Just had a long ass day, but I love my paper blue.
I mean, he just said he had a long day. You could infer he's talking about work, but like, you know, again, tangentially related. He did not set that bar up well.
My head kinda fucked up. If I go to Turkey, then yo bitch coming too. I ain't never ever folding up. Shit not working, it's gonna start working soon. Shit.
Wait, what?
I ain't never ever folding up. My head kinda fucked up. If I go to Turkey, then yo bitch coming too. I ain't never ever folding up. Shit not working, it's gonna start working soon. Shit, I know I'm geek, but can y'all tell? Hop back on both feet. Last week I was stressing out about a hostel. I'm tired of all these deadbeats, that stack ass fuck boys in my comments. Bet your whore do whatever I say. I was going through it, but I bossed up.
Bro. I was literally going to commend him. I was going to commend him by saying he got more confident as the song started to end, right? I was literally going to say he got more confident as the song started to end. He found his flow, and then he does that. It didn't even rhyme. That's your ending bar. It didn't even rhyme. Like,
Hop back on both feet.
yeah, like he finally caught the beat at the tail end of this entire freestyle. And it didn't even rhyme.
Was stressing out about a hostel. Hop back on both feet and it's gonna start working soon. Shit, I know I'm geek, but can y'all tell? Hop back on both feet. Last week I was stressing out about a hostel. I'm tired of all these deadbeats, that stack ass fuck boys in my comments. Bet your whore do whatever I say. I was going through it, but I bossed up.
One more time, because I have to show you this rhyme scheme. And it's so garbage. It's so bad. Especially for like the final bar of the freestyle. Wait, no, never mind, he keeps going, apparently.
Boys in my comments.
Here.
Hop back on both. Shit.
Here,
I know I'm geek, but can y'all tell?
A.
Hop back on both feet. Last week I was stressing out about a hostel.
A.
I'm tired of all these deadbeats, that stack ass fuck boys in my comments.
B. You would assume that he would rhyme a word with B. AABB. You assume that the next word that he says at the end of the bar is going to rhyme with comments. And there are things that exist that rhyme with comments that he could say. What does he say?
Bet your whore do whatever I say. I was going through it, but I bossed up.
I was going through it, but then I bossed up? It doesn't even end in the same amount of syllables. Like, what is that even referring to? Is that even a good line? Like, first the struggle, bro. Like, that's my take. Like, this can work. Like, an AABC rhyme scheme can work in many instances. But like, it wasn't even a good bar. You used your last bar and broke the rhyme scheme for I was going through it, but now I bossed up. That's what you used your last bar on? You used your last bar breaking the rhyme scheme, and this is the problem, right? Like, this is why, like, music is an art form, right? Music is an art form. Music takes skill, right? And you have to study other artists to come up with your own style. Who is doing that? Who is foregoing a very clear and, like, it's like, you know, like baby rapper would just do AABB rhyme scheme. That's like your baby's first rap song will just AABB rhyme scheme, right? As you can become more skilled, you realize that AABB rhyme schemes, ABAB rhyme schemes are very limited, and you have to break that mold to go to like multi-syllable rhymes, breaking different rhyme schemes and bringing in different rhyme patterns and rhyming words for like before different stanzas essentially. Right? But yeah, as Chad is saying, you have to know the rules before you break them. And I don't think he knows the rules. Breaking the rhyme scheme is a tool, but he clutched it at the wall. Yeah. He just checked at the wall. Exactly. I can't read. Like, it just makes me mad.
My 20th birthday coming up. I don't really like that shit. I don't want to turn 20 just yet, but that's part of this life. Shit.
Okay. Let's just see what Anthony Fantano would say. Also, I will play this clip before it.
Nigga, hear me and hear me good, nigga. I'm here to double down. That shit is a 2-pack of ass. The fuck are you talking about? That shit stinks. Hear me and hear me good, nigga. I'm here to double down. That shit is a 2-pack of ass. The fuck are you talking about? That shit stinks.
Yeah.
Let's check it out and see what exactly is going on here.
Just started my day with a blunt. I don't know if that's fucked up, feel like it is. I'm really starting to hate these motherfuckers for not letting us act like kids. What if I never had that idea? What if I never went and signed a deal? What if that baby skipped Dr. Phil? What if Ray J never fucked Kim? I wish TK didn't go to jail.
Okay, off the bat, without really kind of getting into anything too deep, we have Ian here launching kind of a defense, saying like, "Hey man, I'm so upset. These people out here, they won't allow us to just be kids. Why can't kids be kids? You are 19, sir. You are a 19-year-old legal adult, okay? 2, I'm not exactly sure if like Bad Baby is as famous and successful as Bad Baby is she really in a position that anybody's like envious of? No real personal issue with Bad Baby, but like, am I sitting here?
Alabama Barker. They beefing apparently. I know nothing about that, bro. I don't look at white girls beefing in rap. I do not look at white girls beefing in rap. I refuse to. All I know is that beef is happening. So yeah. Did you hear Bad Baby's diss? Did you not listen to what I just said, chat? Bad Baby's a legit good rapper. I'm not going to tell you how you're wrong. But just know you are. She produces listenable songs sometimes. Gucci Flip Flop is a listenable song. That does not make her a good rapper. Okay? Like, maybe we called Alabama a crispy snack for white people. I mean, I'm not going to speak to whether or not she's correct on that or not. Because I cannot. I don't like her, but she's legit. You are incorrect, chatter. You have a low bar for what you consider a good rapper. Is what I'll say. You are incorrect. How's your wife saying Alabama ain't invited to the cookout? Great question, because she's also not there. Like, what do you mean? You can't be handing out invites. You can't revoke invites either. Like, what are you talking about? She's good. Sorry. Okay, One Piece stand. I've noticed you were just you are not a serious person. So we're gonna move past whatever you say. So yeah.
they're thinking like, oh man, we got to really go for it like Bad Baby did when she went on Dr. Phil. She was a minor at the time. I don't know if she was completely in control of that weird ass situation. So, you know, might not be like the best example to cite, as well as you know, Ray J making a porn with Kim Kardashian, which to my knowledge was unconsensually shared with the world, and neither of them in that video were kids. So again, I'm just not really seeing the follow through on this awful ass argument here. And again, in recent weeks, this has been kind of propped up as the defense of Ian in light of criticisms that he is essentially just like a random white kid copying the style of more popular and prevalent Black artists and doing them kind of a disservice in the process, because his interpretation of their sound is quite mediocre, shitty, and lazy. Already off the bat on this track, through his delivery, his mannerisms, his inflections, he does come across like that one white kid that you know that spends too much fucking time on Instagram and Twitter and is in like people's
and like the problem is not necessarily that like he felt slighted by what Tyler said, because like he's a human, he's allowed to be like, man, I like this rap things that I'm doing, but like I'm not respected in where I am, right? The problem is, as a white rapper, that's what you're gonna get. You are going to get people who don't respect you in the rap game. You have to put your head down and just rap regardless. But if you feel the need to come out and defend yourself and how white rappers are being persecuted and how no one respects you in the game, that's when you are considered a clown, right? That is when you are considered a clown. Where you have to accept that some people are going to feel as though you don't fit in the rap game and you're supposed to put your head down and make music anyway, right? That's what Eminem did, what Mac Miller did, right? This is what Logic fails to do, and Logic's half Black. There's a reason why Logic is not taken as seriously as like Eminem and Mac Miller, and Logic's half Black. Because Logic comes out and he says, nobody respects me in the rap game because of my half whiteness. He's failed. He failed the test. He has failed the test. You put your head down and you make music regardless. That's what you do. In Logic, a quarter Black, I thought he came out as dad was biracial. I know that he has the blood of the slave and the master in him. That's all I know. That's all I know.
Comments being like, oh, Unc, what's Unc doing?
Get that Unc shit out of here.
Oh man, you making a stupid ass Unc comment. As prevalent as that kind of guy.
Don't even get me started, bro. Don't even get me started, bro. Don't even get me started, bro.
Is in every single goddamn social media comment section that we see today. Nobody fucking likes that guy.
Yeah, it's some goofy odd comments. I don't like those goofy odd comments.
Don't voluntarily be that guy.
I don't even got a reason for these thoughts. I'm beating up real demons. Where's God?
Unc means something beyond uncle. Unc is a term of endearment within the Black community, referring to somebody who is an elder in that community, an elder male in that community, right? It doesn't only refer to like your like legitimate blood uncle or whatever, right? It's a term of endearment, right? As like a respecting like an elder in the community, right? That's what Unc means. Right, and the problem is then like it was co-opted by white people to then refer to just somebody who they view as old. Right? Like they're like, oh, you're an old person, you're an Unc. Like you're not an Unc. Right? That's not how the term was used. That's how it got co-opted. Right? It's just someone stop saying it. I mean, once a piece of AAVE gets in front of Hassan, it's cooked at that point. I write it off. right? Because Hassan is not tapped into like pop culture. And so if Hassan starts using a piece of AAVE, it's already gone. You know what I mean? It's like we're getting mad at Hassan for that is like getting mad at like rain for hitting the ground. It was already falling to begin with. You know what I mean? It was already falling to begin with. And by the point it hits the ground, it's already too late. What are you going to do about that? So, like, that's it. That's it. Hassan is so old, we need to rename him. Amka equals Unk? Amka? I need you to pronounce that for me. It's too late for the word anyway. Yeah, that's my take. Grandpa Hassan? That's pretty funny. Is the Jube AVE? I didn't even write. I don't even know about like the Jube discourse or whatever. I don't even know what that refers to. I just hear chatters saying it. Fair people didn't start calling him Unk, he never would have heard the word. I don't think it was the people calling him Unk, or not necessarily a chatter calling him Unk. I think it was like Jason in Jason's community saying that Hassan is Unk, that Hassan then like accepted that label and used that word, but from being Unk, right? And that's kind of where it came from, right? And so like at that point, it's like, what do you do? What do you do? And like Jason getting a hold of Unk is a product of like it being co-opted and turned into like Gen Z language from the Black culture. So it's not even like Jason's fault that he started using Unk either. It's the fact that like, you know, the internet had turned it into Gen Z language already. And then, you know, Jason, because he has a very large younger audience, that was started being reinforced there. And so when Jason then went to like collaborate with other streamers, he would call them Unk for being, you know, old, because that's what his chat was using. And then that would stick in that community. And then those chats then use Unk, right? It's like Jason would go collab with Ludwig or whatever, and then would call Ludwig Unk. And then Ludwig's chat, who are not young people, right, would then call Ludwig Unk. And then Ludwig would then start using Unk, and that's how it goes, right? That's how it goes. Ludwig from games. You mean from video games or from every games? That is not helpful in the pronunciation. Yo, I'll let you have that one, Chatter.
Lycan just subscribed.
Quantum Lycan, thank you for the prime. Does Unk have to be an older person, or can it be used as a term of seniority? It's usually, for the most part, an older person in the Black community. Kitty is definitely Auntie. Auntie is the same thing, Chad. If we're being entirely real about it, Auntie, in the way that it's used as a term of endearment for a elder in the community, is the same thing, right? Still AV. Has that been overall pattern of younger generation adopting AV? I mean, yes. Even bro and sis. Bro has been pretty far removed. And things like bro then turning into like broski or something like that is like, that has been taken a while ago. Now that's become white language, right? Now broski is seen as like white people language. Brosif is, I don't even know if Brosif came from the Black community, because I view that as white people language as well. Right, things like homie, right? Like, homie was also taken. Fam, that's a good one too. There's a lot of them. Cousin is a good one, but Cuz is like a shorter version. Cuz was also taken. Cuz was taken a few years ago. Dog, drip. Bro, they took your. They took your from us, bro. That's not even like a all black people. It's a regional black people thing. And they've taken and they commodified your. They've taken, they commodified your. That's an New York thing. Was New York specifically the Bronx? Yeah. And now it's everywhere, bro. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. Everybody's saying you're. They dap up now too. They've been dapping for years, chat. They've been dapping for years. Now white dudes from Wisconsin are saying that? Exactly. Exactly. White people saying why it makes me uncomfortable. Bro, just. What do we have? What is sacred? What is sacred? I mean, to be fair, they can't say so. They do say it, but it's still socially unacceptable for them to say it. So we still have that one in our back pocket. We still got that one. They do, yeah, but it's at least socially unacceptable. Do you ever figure out who Lotto is? The host. Is that our fault? White people haven't done anything cool since 1994? I don't even believe that. White people they got language. I didn't commodify some white people language. Like I stole G's Louise, you know what I mean? Why I oughta. Listen here, buddy. Naming their kid Scooter. Come on, bud, let's go. Like you know what I mean? Like Bucko. Like come on. There's some good stuff that they got. You hold your horses. White people be cooking. White people don't cook no more. White people don't cook no more. Now they just want to do the cool stuff that black people be doing. Like, no. Get your own stuff. Make it work. And it's cool. Jeez Louise. There's probably like RDC clip. Let me see if I can find it. Man, searching on Twitter gives me nothing. I should probably just search on Google. No, I can't find it. Because finding things is impossible.
What's Ute?
Like you call them YNs in 2024?
What's that YN? Am I saying something bad?
So technically you said nigga, but you did.
Oh my god! Don't say that! We gotta cut it out! Oh my god!
Well, there, you have your cinema moment.
Why did no one say anything?
You said it so naturally, I felt like you had said it before.
I know. I'm so stressed.
Yeah, it's okay though.
I'm going to jail.
You need to.
What's Ute?
Like a Ute.
We need allies like this. We need allies like Cutie. She moved to Utah after this. I don't trust Senna though. Hey, you leave Senna alone. I will defend Senna with my life. Not my life, okay? My life is precious. With like a little bit of energy that I get from breakfast. You said it live on Jason's stream recently and it sounded so off. Just a portion? Yeah. Agent was on Fury End, yeah. Big breakfast? Yeah. After like a solid, like full English breakfast. That's the energy while I'll defend Senna. Where's that?
YNs in 2024.
What's
We do
that
not-
YN? Am I saying something bad?
So technically you said nigga, but you did.
Oh my god!
didn't-
Don't say that! We gotta cut it out! Oh my god!
Well, there you have your you have your Cinna moment.
Would you defend Senna more than she would defend Ludwig? No. Senna simping for Ludwig like that is wild. I can't defend that simping. I would never simp. I'm not a simp. I would never. You can never catch me having chats like that in a community. Probably the best clip from Fear Ed. It's pretty good. Chat, I'm not gonna tell you what YN means. All right, this is not the space where you can come here and get me to explain AAVE to you. Okay, I'm not doing that. That means I will be feeding into the problem. Pokelogs, my Pokelogs are empty. Thank you. Let's finish this off.
Hollis likes guys. Do it matter if two Hollis likes guys?
Yeah, I'm beating up demons. Where's God? Yeah, even in the best moments of this
Wait, that was
freestyle,
actually
he just sounds like a.
That was actually a insanely good impression. Wait, that was actually very good.
Beating up demons, where's God? Yeah, even in the best moments of this freestyle, he just sounds like a poor man's Jack Harlow. And I mean, yeah, you know, true. It doesn't really matter if two Hollis likes guys. That's fine. You know, right message, wrong messenger, because who wants to hear it from this guy?
Shit. I was fucked up wondering why I do it. Bitch dropped to her knees like hallelujah. All I motherfucking needed was how you doing. Back then I really loved our future. I ain't never sat down trying to mock future. I ain't want to show no disrespect, so I kept my mouth shut, and that's not human.
Okay, so there he is, like, responding in part to the Tyler, the creator, criticisms there, telling us at first, like, yeah, I used to really be into Odd Future. Okay, listen, you're a white child on the internet who was into hip-hop. We know you're into Odd Future. Believe me, we understand that. And then he goes on to say that he never meant to mock Future, which, look, I get maybe that part of the Tyler criticism wasn't the most accurate per se, because there is an argument to be made that Ian might have been coming to, you know, copying Future from a place of reverence. Still, the way Ian, you know, kind of markets himself a lot of the time is, oh, hey, isn't it like quirky that I'm like making this music and doing this stuff, but I'm like a white guy?
Yeah.
And, you know, maybe.
Yeah. I think that's what the criticism of that Tyler had was. Right? It wasn't that like, oh, he sounds like Future. Right? It was, oh, he's like putting on the persona of like Future, or how he or thinks that Future sounds like, right? While being a white guy, to be like, oh, look, white guy doing Future stuff, isn't that quirky? Like that's I think that's what Tyler's point was. He didn't say it like in so many words.
Tyler might have.
Is that word for word what you
slept up
said?
with
Yeah, essentially.
his words just a touch, and instead of saying mocking Future, maybe he meant like mimicking in like a really tasteless, horrific way, which yeah, Ian has also done in his music. Either way you want to cut it or display it, it's not a good look, and it doesn't make for a good project or good songs. And sure, while again maybe Ian genuinely wasn't feeling like he intentionally was mocking Future's vibe and sound with his music, what of the other criticisms and observations about who he is, what he does, and how he's
he could ignore it because he could focus on that one thing that he thinks he can address. Sounds like somebody we know.
Operating in the wider world of hip-hop right now, those are going to be just kind of ignored? I guess so, as Ian pretty much continues to leave the weird white presence he brings to this particular style of rap music completely unanalyzed as he rides this very crunchy, very plotting, horrendous beat with a generic ass flow.
I ain't never ever folding up. Shit not working, it's gonna start working soon. Shit, I know I'm geek, but can y'all tell? Hop back on both feet. Last week I was stressing out about a hostel.
Oh my God. The more he goes on, the more I just feel like I'm just like watching an awful.
You're about Caitlyn?
How can
Caitlyn.
put this? What's the nicest way I can put this? I would say watching this kind of feels like the equivalent of eating that really cheap store brand style cereal that comes in the bag as opposed to the box. But even sometimes that cereal hits. You have to have had experience in a certain income bracket to have consumed that cereal. No, you know what?
He said only poor people eat that cereal, and he's not wrong. I grew up eating that cereal. Honestly, that cereal do be good though. It's exactly what I was gonna say. That cereal do be good though. Like, it's more cost effective. You get more of it for a lower price wholesale than you would get in the boxes, and it's still good. You think 8-year-old me knew a difference between Fruity Pebbles and Fruity Little Stones? No, of course not. I'm like, these Fruity Little Stones are delicious.
What it's actually more like is when you go into the Shishi Fufu organic cereal section of the store and you see one of the cereals there and it has like marshmallows in it, and it's forced upon you because you really want Lucky Charms, but instead you're having this like healthier version of it hoisted upon you instead, and it tastes like crap because nothing is going to taste like those Lucky Charms or even the ripoff of the Lucky Charms. But yeah, this is a sorry state of affairs right here. This is a sorry state of affairs, which honestly I think I'm going to leave right there. Let me know in the comments what you think about all of this. Over here next to my head is another video that you can check out. Hit that up or the link to subscribe to the channel. Anthony Fantano, Ian forever.
Thanks, Fantano. Why is that guy famous? Industry plant. Let's continue. I covered this. We spent a lot more time on this than I thought I would, but it was a pretty funny journey. Let's get to the one more time on this clip, and let's get to the Ethan Klein stuff.
What's Ute?
Like you call them YNs in 2024?
What's that YN? Am I saying something bad?
So technically you said nigga, but you did.
Oh my god! Don't say that! We gotta cut it out! Oh my god!
Well, there you have your you have your cinema moment.
Why did no one say
You
anything?
said it so naturally, I felt like you had said it before.
I know. I'm so stressed.
Yeah, it's okay though.
I'm going to jail.
You need to.
What's Ute?
Like a Ute, like.
It's good. Best podcast around. I like wine about it. What's the highest tier of wine about it I bought? I'm like a tier 3 sub to wine about it. So that's right.
Listen, you got this shit, all right? Just let me know if you need more napkins. I'll
Where
pass
this nigga at, bro?
whoa. That don't even fit. Like, yeah, it was.
Can he say that? Can he say it? Can he say it? He's half black. He valid. I almost forgot he was a black. That's crazy. 30% though? How do you get to 30% black? Like, that's very specific. What is the combination of black and non-black people you need in your lineage to get to 30% specifically? Like, exactly 30%. Three out of 10? It's not that simple, chat. Right? It's not as simple as like, oh, you just have 3 out of 10 members, right? It's like if you have somebody who's like 100% black and somebody who's 0% black, that's like 50%. And then there's some combination you have to get to people in order to get down to 30%. Yeah, you gotta make 3 out of 10 out of 1/2. Yeah. That's such a specific. That's such a specific number. 50 plus 25. No, that's still not 30%. 60 plus 50? Yeah, but how do you get to 60%? There's a way to break it down. You know what I mean? I think it's possible, but how far back can you go? 50 plus 60 is correct. Right? 50 plus 60 is correct, I believe. No, it's not. That's 110. That's still not 30%. You need like 50 plus, is it 80? You need to have a 50% black parent and then an 80% black parent for that to come down to you being, no, that's not correct either. Because it's not like direct averages. You would need like, I don't know. There's some math here. 50 and 10? Is it 50 and 10? 50 and 10 sounds right, actually. That sounds better, not 50 and 80. I was thinking you make 130, but actually you just need to make 60. And then you just, average it out. Not that it matters. It doesn't matter, Chad. It does not matter. 80 would be 65. This is not how genetics work. You need to draw a Punnett square. You think race follows genetics, chat? You will be incorrect. Or because the Punnett square is for like recessive and dominant genes. There's no recessive and dominant genes for black people. You're starving for math games, yeah. 50 and 10 makes sense. It makes sense. So you need a parent that's 10% black and a parent that's 50% black in order to get 30% black specifically. Now, the real question is, what percentage of black is necessary to be able to say the N-word? Now, that's the question. What's the allowance? Is it 30%? Is it 10%? Because, like, if it's, I don't know. You inherit a random 50% of your parents' DNA? Sure, but like that's not how race works, chat. None of this makes any sense. Race is like, this is a perfect demonstration that like race is a completely made up and fictional concept. That's not how race works. Race is not like baked into your DNA. But
It didn't take that long to get a drink.
I will say, I'm very happy with myself that the fact that like, if I say the N-word, I don't have non-black people jumping around asking, can I say it? You know what I mean? I don't have that problem. That's not an issue that faces me. You made a tier list of who could say it? I did. Made a tier list of who could say it. Do people do that? I mean, that literally just happened with Jason.
Listen, you got this shit, all right? Just let me know if you need more napkins.
Where this nigga at, bro?
Oh, whoa. That don't even fit. Like, yeah, what's good? It didn't take that long to get a drink, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. He insta-ulted. Anyway. I don't know this. I don't know how old this is.
I don't understand how this kind of stuff factors into.
Oh, also Hassan is like full gloves off, by the way. Like responding to like these clips of Ethan.
People want to stand by their principles. They want to be these heroic advocates, but they don't want to risk
from yesterday with that fit.
Risk fucking anything. Hassan should go to Gaza, and if he doesn't, he should be severely judged by his audience for being a total fucking coward.
I mean, it's part of why I judge him. He doesn't know shit about that conflict. He's never been to Gaza, never been
conflict
to Israel.
He doesn't know shit about it.
No, he doesn't.
He does not. But he talks like with such authority. Oh my God. You would think he's been there like 5 times since October 7th
Eli,
already.
you sound like someone that needs to talk to Sam Cedar.
Yeah, Sam Cedar, another one I'm ready to burn.
People want to stand by their principles. They want to be these heroic advocates, but they don't want to risk.
So what do you mean try to argue with somebody so uninformed? But in doing so, you reveal your own ignorance. Ethan Ayala claimed Hassan doesn't know anything about, because he hasn't been to Gaza since October 7th. He's never been to Gaza. He doesn't know shit about it. He talked about it with his authority. Yeah. And these people are so fucking unbearable. Oh, gloves removed completely. It's so strange that his audience thinks does it fucking mean go to Gaza? Are they not remotely curious about what's as to why Western reporters can't get in? Are they aware of how many journalists Israel has killed? Is this all they do now? Yes. The answer is yes, it is all they do. But yeah, this is exactly what we're talking about as well. That's why I said when I first saw that clip, like they kill Western journalists. Like they would try to kill Hassan if Hassan went. Right? And like this is why they won't have a conversation with anybody who's like relatively informed about the genocide. Because they would have the answer for this if they had a conversation with like Mike or even Dems or Hassan or Sam Cedar, right? If they're like, oh, Hassan said he might go to Gaza. Isn't that kind of weird why he won't go to Gaza? Because then anybody, even myself, would be like, you know, Israel has directly targeted Western journalists, right? Which they've done before October 7th, by the way. American citizens, Western journalists, Israel has targeted and killed, right? And then attacked their funerals. They've had a history of doing this. And so it's either Ethan doesn't know and is ignorant of this, or he does know and he wants Hassan to be killed. Like, yeah, Hassan has talked directly, like, and brought on people who have been documenting in Gaza. Like,
tonight,
he's just such a bad person. I don't know how else to describe this person other than just being a bad person. You know what I mean?
People's political considerations. I don't know what to tell you.
That's what yesterday.
How come when you don't outwardly praise and glaze Kamala and Biden, that means you're pro-Trump, voting for Trump, and when the bad man gold glazes Trump, he isn't outwardly pro-Trump? Yeah, because I'm gonna be very for real with you guys. Okay,
yeah, I don't know if I showed that on my stream about Ethan glazing Asmongold. Hassan's gonna show it in a second.
Politics is unimaginably inaccessible, especially if you're like a rich YouTuber. You don't really care about politics. It doesn't impact you at all. So you can very comfortably assume positions that are entirely irrelevant.
What was that?
Assume positions that are entirely.
Was that in the video? I'm confused.
Very comfortably assume positions that are entirely irrelevant to like real material changes, real politics, and basically present yourself as a liberal if you want to, but ultimately position yourself as someone who
it was on video and started playing. Oh, okay.
Very clearly is aligning with dudes who are super far right, but it doesn't matter because they're belittling your enemies. And of course, I suspect the reason why you're saying that is because of this tweet that I tweeted out this morning. I said, drama slop tubers have no politics beyond, I don't like this person and you shouldn't either. Political reasoning is purely added on as a way to moralize your own personal distaste. People get mad at me for being too charitable to people I disagree with, but I care about their political takes because that's precisely what it is. That's what I care about. I care about people's politics. I think for a lot of people, politics is just a weapon to wield to just simply do drama against people that you don't like or people that you feel have embarrassed you or something. You know what I mean? That's what it is. And that's precisely why he's over here saying, you know, Asmongold might not be pro-Trump. The reason why is because there's like this weird allegiance, again, united around the distaste that they have against one person.
Again, he does pretty literal titles.
What about Asmon? Because he's juicing hard on Trump.
But he's like pro-Trump, isn't he?
Oh my God, is he?
I wouldn't say he's.
I have to imagine, right?
I don't think he's like pro-Trump
Oh, no?
explicitly, overtly. I know people try to say that. I think he's.
Like, don't you? Isn't it so funny? Isn't it so funny that he yells about leftists and pro-Palestinian supporters and Hassan specifically about getting Trump elected, but to people who like legitimately actually support Trump, people who are out and about pro-Trump people, whether it's Steiny and the Nelk Boys, whether it's you know, Asmongold, he's like, oh well, like, you know, they don't actually support Trump, but like Hassan was the driving force behind getting Trump elected. And so it's kind of interesting. So what's the difference between, if you think Hassan is pro-Trump and Asmongold is pro-Trump, what is the only difference? Is one is pro-Palestine and one is not pro-Palestine. So maybe the issue is not that, like, you know, Hassan is pro-Trump or got Trump elected. It was just that he's pro-Palestine and you're anti-Palestine, right? You're pro-genocide, which you are. But this crew brought up the Nazis in Asmon's chat issue before. He said he can't wait and say it was nothing. Yeah, he said it like, oh, I'm not talking about that. I don't want to get derailed, right?
Bond 530.
Because it wasn't about Hassan or taking Hassan down. Like, just it's such a disingenuous person. He responded to that directly yesterday, did he? We'll watch the VOD somewhere. You have a timestamp. Hearing what Asmon said about Palestinians, I wouldn't be surprised Ethan has no problem with them. Yeah, last hour. We'll just jump to like the Hassan section. Or would you ever ignore that? Because it's not Hassan. It's not about Hassan. That's why. Because it's not about Hassan.
He definitely leans more conservative, but I don't think he's as conservative as people try to.
It's like it's calling that unpaid intern Giardia. Is that a meme? I genuinely have no idea what her name is. Yes, okay. Her name is Galia or something. Yeah, it's a snark name. Okay, I genuinely had no clue what her actual name was. I was just like, that can't be her name. She's unpaid? I actually have no clue. Chat told me she was unpaid, so I've been calling her the unpaid intern just to like distinguish her from like the other members of the crew. Like, but I have no idea of the intricate nature of her contract with H3. But also, it's kind of funny calling her an unpaid intern. She's paid to stalk Hassan. Never trust chat? I mean, I don't. It's like Ian is leaving. Is that true? I also saw that. But I am not the biggest aware of who Ian is. That's just me. Is she paid though? I don't know, bro. You guys would know better than I would.
Paid him out to be.
Well, let's
Okay.
see.
Asmon is Trump killed it.
He's Trump coded. That's
No,
a good.
Trump killed it.
What?
Trump killed.
That sounds pretty pro-Trump.
He said Trump what?
Killed it.
Oh, killed it.
In other words,
killed the
execute
dog.
the
I think
baby.
I think I would say he's Trump coded.
Trump's good at this. ...
Bruh.
I've watched his content. It's not.
That was said
it's not-
sarcastically.
It's not super pro Trump. He's Trump coded though. Did he vote for Trump? Probably yes.
I like that I'm responsible for Donald Trump winning because I wasn't.
Did Hassan just steal my take? I literally just said that. How dare?
sufficiently pro Kamala Harris, even though my criticisms about Kamala Harris unironically revolved around trying to get her to do shit that would actually cause her to defeat Donald Trump. And yet nobody listened, of course. Why the would they? I'm a dumbass Twitch streamer.
He has the time to watch Asmon's stream. No, he probably does. He watched Destiny before Destiny went off and got canceled. That's how he gets his talking points. He just wants anybody who's anti-Hassan. And if he saw on Twitter or got sent to him that Asmon and Hassan were beefing, he'll just watch Asmon's content to just get on Asmon's side. Because he's anti-Hassan. He's literally Destiny. At this point, we've arrived at Ethan Klein literally just being Destiny, doing Destiny things. Right? If somebody is anti-Hassan, he is pro them no matter what they are. He will side with the Quartering, Keemstar, Asmon, the Nug Boys, or whatever, so long as they are anti-Hassan.
But also, literally people who voted for Trump and are currently actively defending Trump, those people are, not responsible for Trump's victory. Even if Trump directly said their names on their at his in not even in his inauguration, but his party after winning, his victory party. Also, I don't even care if someone voted for Trump or not. What I care about is their output. I don't care if someone is literally secretly a Trump voter in their own personal life. Okay, if they're
but in the crazy thing is that Ethan does. Ethan does care. If up until the fact where Ethan is more strict on people who said or defended Will Smith for slapping Chris Rock. He's harder on them than he is on actual Trump supporters. But he'll claim that he's so anti-Trump and Trump was bad for Gaza. Who knew that? Oh, I knew that. That's why I voted for Kamala. He has more smoke for pro-Palestinian supporters and people who defend Will Smith after the Chris Rock slap than actual Trump supporters that he claims to hate.
Content creators. If they're content creators, what I care about is their output. I would rather have a reactionary right-wing guy never talk about their politics and hide their politics than have someone who voted for Kamala Harris and loves Kamala Harris, or voted for the Democrats and loves Democrats, but then simultaneously is watching Donald Trump every day and being like, yeah, he's based, and defending every position of this administration. It is completely unacceptable. I hope people understand where I'm coming from with this. If you're a content creator, you have a platform, you have a position of prominence, you have a position of influence, you have a tremendous amount of influence over your own audience. With great power comes great responsibility. There's a finite amount of things that you can cover and things that you can pay attention to. So I care about what these people choose to pay attention to. I care about what these people choose to cover. I care about what these people spend their time on. And if all that you spend your time on is basically shitting on other progressive content creators while you simultaneously say you're a liberal, then you're probably not a liberal.
Probably.
Probably, yes. But it's not a total glaze fest or anything like that.
Yes, it is. This is one of the clearest instances of Ethan just being bad faith. Just being bad faith. Just straight up just being bad faith. A bad faith actor.
Anyway, it's just very obviously just about pure spite, pure resentment, pure crash out, nothing else. Speaking of pure spite, pure resentment, and pure crash out, the oldest trick in the book that centrist nihilists apply is to say, oh, you got emotional, so you lost. And I suspect that there is a new Asmongold video out there in terms of drama slop tubers that are also hitting the center right pivot or the far right pivot. Asmongold did a video where I'm 100% correct, and he even conceded on my points on the Mahmoud Khalil shit. And the video itself is just basically saying Hassan got really emotional, so I won, which is wild. But
is that what the video said?
At the end of the day, as long as Asmongold changes his mind and then actively criticizes the Trump administration for violating
nope.
First Amendment principles, against non-citizens, then it's fine. I don't really give a shit. We don't care about Asmin. I know, but it doesn't matter. Okay, you might not care.
I care about Asmin.
About it, but he is currently the largest political content creator, and therefore, whether you care about him or not, or whether we care about him in this community or not, doesn't change that reality. He is currently one of the largest political content creators on the internet. He is bigger than the Daily Wire. So
I negatively care about Asmin.
The way I see it at this point is like it's no different than me covering Ben Shapiro. If Ben Shapiro was constantly popping off and chirping, then obviously I would talk about Ben Shapiro.
Yourself is not.
I get it.
I would have said that's what I mean by nope. No.
It's easy to factor it as though it's just like pure drama because who gives a shit? Because it's Asmin Gold. It's easy to say, but the reality of the matter is, I mean, look at this. He can't stop talking about me. 970,000 views. This is going to continue. And it does seem like a lot of centrists are going to lend their support to this person because of their own personal distaste.
And I will point out this, and this is my lock for the future. I don't think the numbers are going to stay for Asmin Gold. I think either he'll get bored of politics and move on, or the audience will evolve past and want him to be more extreme to like push him to get banned or something. But it won't stay in this honeymoon period. I think we're reaching the apex of the roof of Asmin Gold's political coverage, and then it will start petering back down to like normal levels. His audience is already at that extreme, in my opinion. His audience is at that extreme, but like the thing is, his audience is going to demand more of him, right? Like his audience apparently, is what I was told, we're calling him a coward for saying that he understands Hassan's point, right? They're going to want him to be more extreme, and he's going to be unable to match that because he's on Twitch. He'll get himself banned if he was. You're wrong. He's going to keep growing, in my opinion. You're incorrect. You're incorrect. He's going to get even bitter. You're wrong. You're objectively wrong. You're saying he's going to hit Kai's size doing political coverage, and that's not going to happen. There's a ceiling on how much people care about politics in general. There's no way he's going to reach numbers of like 70,000 average viewers talking about politics every day. He can't grow more. I'm not saying he can't grow more, but he can't grow like to a sizable point that people think that he's going to grow. Right? It will max out. Right? It will max out somewhere, but it will max out. There's not infinite growth in people caring about politics. Is he already doing that though? No, not really. He'll touch like 70K sometimes when something's going on, but like his average numbers is not 70K, chatter. You know what I mean? His average number being at like 40K, maybe 30K on average, right? It's kind of where he's at, but he's not averaging 70K every stream. That's what he's going to keep Asmin with periodic bans to maintain a relationship, or maintain E position, or the position that they're not biased politically at the same time, make money through Hassan's ad revenue. They got a pair of golden geese. Not necessarily. Doing a good job of being the lightning rod for the worst people on the site, yeah. And again, people thought the same thing about Aiden Ross when he was here. But Aiden Ross also flew too close to the sun. Right? When you're guided by your audience, when your audience is pushing you, they're gonna push you until they can start pulling you until you're at the fringes. Right? When you don't have any like moral compass, you end up doing things like defending very clear constitutional violations, right? And like saying the Palestinians have inferior culture. Stuff like that gets you banned, right? And I don't think he understands why he was banned for that. Like he thinks that he was banned for like the words he said, not the sentiments that he held, which leads me to believe that he's going to make us mystic again. You know what I mean? and he'll make the mistake again, and I'll get him clapped up. Especially because his audience is demanding him to say more, demanding him to go further. You know what I mean? Great question. The Holocaust, he's doing the Aiden Ross playbook. Say something worse next time? Yeah. And he will. He'll slip up eventually.
Towards me, and it is what it is, but I will. Yeah, we used to fact check Ben to provide an alternative. Now he is Ben. Exactly. So that's the way I see it.
No, it does not. What are you talking about? I don't
This is it.
really know exactly how the law works. This is what I've heard.
Then why did you spend 48 hours worth of content saying, oh my God.
That's it.
And I certainly don't know all of the confines of, like, I don't know everything about the immigration law either. Having said that, then why did you spend 48 hours worth of content?
Right? Okay, this is interesting, right? Because it's like equating Asmongold saying, I don't know how the law works, to Hassan saying, I don't know every confines of how immigration law works, right? It's not the same thing. Like, it's not. Saying, I don't know the intricate details of every law is not the same thing as saying, like, I don't know how, like, immigration law works in general. But, you know, if they can find a perceived hypocrisy, then they'll, but if you're stupid, yeah, if you're stupid, it is.
Saying.
Anyway, he spent way more than 48, by the way.
No, it does not. I did spend way more than this because, you know, this is an issue that I am knowledgeable on. And this is an issue that I do have a well-established position on. This is an issue that I consider to be completely unconscionable. Also, how does no one in his audience recognize that this is like deliberately cut this way? Is it you reacting to Asma reacting to you? No, I'm not going to do that. I just wanted to show you. And not only that, but also the brigades have happened. The brigades have started again. You know, I love that the LSF mods have finally been able to cull the entire masses. Now we're back. It's just all fronts. XQC.
We've arrived back in 2022.
This is a Hassan stream now. Yeah, I got a tiny head. That was pretty funny. I'm not going to lie. But, you know, drama content creators doing. Hassan does drama slop and not political
content. Thank you for the gifted sub.
All this shit. OMG, stop going on the subreddit. Okay. All of this plays a role in the minds of a lot of normies who don't actually pay attention to anything, who simply get their notes from the most palatable, drama-infused, drama-focused content creators possible. If you don't understand how this kind of stuff, if you don't understand how this,
I don't even open this subreddit, honestly.
This kind of stuff factors into.
So over sex pestiny being a criminal and not posting, back to posting him in mass. Yeah, I guess so. Content false equivocations and the type of reductionism from Asman, etc. only works when the consensus is formed around sentimentality and having no knowledge base.
People's political consideration.
This message makes me feel like that dude from Severance who tells the black dude to use smaller words.
I don't know what to tell you. I get it. It's shitty. It sucks. And
like that makes me understand how he felt. You know, maybe you should use smaller words.
Talk about it, but I'm constantly
Mr. Drummond. That's what his name
this
is. Space,
and a lot of you literally will look at an environment where you have apolitical podcasts and go, "How the f do we develop such a robust network of right-wing commentary everywhere?" This is the beginning of the funnel. That's it. This is the beginning of the funnel, and you're experiencing the beginning of the funnel dramatically move in the right-wing direction. That's it. The XCC one was funny though. Yes, I do have I have a tiny head. I think interacting with apolitical content creators and Asmongold is better than talking about the other slop tubers. The slop has no value. All right. Anyway, just wanted to give a brief note. What I don't get is why focus on they should just do their own thing and leave you alone. They will never do that.
Because there's views in being anti-Hassan. I think a lot of chatters just weren't here for like 2021, 2022, even 2020. We're like, this is normal, by the way. What we see now from Ethan and Asmin and XQC and Destiny, that's this has been a consistent thing for the last few years, right? People just being like anti-Hassan as content. Like before Asmund and Ethan, it was Trainwrecks and Aiden Ross and and Destiny and Andrew Tate. Like there's a rotating cast of villains, right? There's a rotating cast of people who just like jump on the anti-Hassan train just to like, farm views, right? And guess where Andrew Tate is now? You know what I mean? Guess where Aiden Ross is now, right? Guess where Destiny is now. So when I say that Asmongold, what he's doing is unsustainable, there is historical precedent for it, right? Right now, Ethan is getting a lot of coverage and attention, but like 2 years later, like it's gonna be nothing. We're gonna move on to other content, doing other things, and that's what's gonna be the case. So it always says, too, when you base your content off of hating other people, it dries up eventually. It will. Oh yeah, Kevels and Vosh as well. They're nowhere. Right? It will happen again. Son hate has 21 arcs. True. Also, Asmund's closet is full of skeletons for sure. I think not even like I don't think Asmund's gonna be taken down by his like closet of skeletons. It's gonna be something he says new. Right? Again, we're seeing the peak. Right? We're seeing the peak. Or we're getting close to seeing the peak. He's lost OTK, separated from OTK. He's isolated himself from everyone around him. And so now it's only Asmongold on this island that he's created for himself. And that will be successful for a little bit. Right? But we know politics, chat. Politics ebbs and flows. Ups and downs. People care and don't care. Right? You can't sustain that level forever. You can't. Do you think that some right-wing media company will try to move in on Asmund? They probably already have. I don't think they can afford him. That's the thing. I don't think it will work because I do not think they can afford him. Right? He's worth more than Steven Crowder, and Steven Crowder was asking for $50 million. You know what I mean? Like, he pulls higher numbers than everybody on the Daily Wire. Bro can be like, you need to give me the company in order for me to be involved with you. And it would be a valid ask. Because he's worth more than like the Daily Wire is at this current moment. He asked for 50 million, he got offered 50 million. He asked for more. That's crazy. He's worth that much. I mean, when you're pulling in 40,000 average viewers, like you're pulling more than like mainstream networks. Like Hassan's average concurrent viewership is higher than that of mainstream networks. This is somebody who's bigger than Hassan currently, who has more play and who has growth, right? And Hassan has a maintenance of very high viewership number. Asmongold has seen a growth in viewership number, and that's worth more to media companies than just having a high number. If they can see and identify your own growth before they get involved, they want to hop in that train early so they can then ride your wave up to the top. Right? I was richer than Hassan and basically spent none of his money. He's stupid wealthy.
My drama is in every single circumstance. The drama that I find myself in is when other people are actively being like, you suck, your opinions are wrong, and then it's usually the least informed person of all time establishing a political position by posturing.
I find like the
XQC
XQC thing kind of funny of XUC just like making fun of and like trying to hop on the Hassan hate train, when like XUC was literally like just being clowned for like not being able to like run for like 40 seconds at the charity match. And then he went home and he was like trying to make fun of Hassan by calling Hassan like jacked. Like that's pretty funny to me. That's all of them? Yeah, but like this is like an instance like this happened with XQC directly like a few days ago. Kind of what you were talking about Jinx yesterday. It's not about Jinx yesterday. It's not about he got 100,000 viewers. It's that he kept 30,000 coming back. Yeah.
Me, and that's pretty much it. So it comes across like I'm defending myself, and it's annoying, and I hate doing it, and I don't want to do it, and I'm moving on from it. But just understand that everything is getting more and more right wing. Okay, everything is getting more and more right,
and it will continue to do so unless we get an actual opposition party up and running. Right. This is the time where this is the put your head down and build local power time for the left. Right? That's it. The Democratic Party is fracturing and we need to build currently right now. Do it while they got clowns running the FBI? I mean, do it when they think you're distracted. Right? When they think that they've won. You protect the people in your local communities. You, join a union, join an organization, and you build local power so that you can fight this in the future.
wing. There's a reason for it, and it's going to continue happening. And I hope you recognize it. I hope that we can build a counter to all of this. I hope that we can build a counter to all of this in independent media spaces, because the reality of the matter is we're just in the beginning. Things are going to get worse, Things are going to get worse and worse overall as the Trump administration puts the clamps on and continues to ruin the...
And this is the time where we need, where we need an opposition party. And it just doesn't exist. They've left us out to dry. You know what I mean? This is a time where the Democratic Party should be aligning to build people up as an alternative to Asmongold. They've disappeared. They've disappeared. Kamala Harris has disappeared. Joe Biden has disappeared. Chuck Schumer has abandoned the working class. The progressives are fractured. The moderates are fractured. Everybody's given up. Right? And the squad and the Bernie are good, but they've lost their seats. Half the squad have lost their seats in the election. They're not even in power anymore. They're starting freaking podcasts. Bernie is trying. He's attempting. He's doing what he can do, but there's not much he can do alone. And that's the issue. That's the problem. And so we're gonna be here, and Hassan's gonna be here, documenting essentially the bad things that Trump and the Republicans are doing. But if we don't do the work now, it's like exercise, chat. Which, by the way, I'm down 10 pounds in a week. Not a week, in 2 weeks. So W. But it's like exercise, right? You have to put the work in early so that sometime in the future, you see the results of it. And if you don't, when you get to 6 months down the line, right, you're not going to see that transformative growth that you need to see in that moment. Once bad things are actually happening, you're not going to see that in the moment.
the administrative state continues to implement austerity measures. You know, I think you have to stop.
What is 2ST?
Admitting you don't know everything. When you are stupid and people you watch act like they know everything, it makes you look vulnerable when you don't need to. Yeah, I'm gonna keep being honest. I think that it's insane.
Oh, 2 stones. Oh. How'd you lose 10 pounds in a week? In 2 weeks. I corrected myself. It was 2 weeks. Right?
To act like you.
And I have no idea. Yeah, two big loads. Honestly, just like consistency and, you know, intermittent fasting, tracking calories, things of that nature. I don't know though. How many loads? 2. Right? Here's the tech chat. You only poop twice. Once a week. You hold it all in, so all of your food you eat coalesce into just giant dumps. Right? And you just poop it all out at once. That's tech. That's tech. 5-pound dumps each. 10 pounds. Oh, also I cut out soda, pretty much. Not all the way, but I've severely limited the soda intake that I've had. It's been primarily water.
You know everything. I don't.
I don't exercise. I can't because of health condition, and it's slow going for me. My game plan is to fill up on carbs, pasta, and rice. Are my best friends now. And if you can, and if there's any, because exercise can take a lot of different forms, and I personally hated going outside just in general. And so if you can do body weight workout, again, I don't know your situation, but if there's some form of exercise you can do, get out. Push-ups if you're able, sit-ups if you're able, modify push-ups if you're unable. Walking is one of the healthiest things you can do. The problem with walking is to get the amount of, to burn the amount of calories, walking takes more time than a lot of people have to spend. And that's kind of the issue, right? That's kind of the problem. It is also boring. Walk faster. Walk at least 2 hours a day. That's the problem. That's a lot of time. 2 hours a day is a lot of freaking time. And if you could, like, if you're able to run, you feel me? You can run and burn the same amount of calories you can in walking in 2 hours. But the problem is, like, once you start going into the higher intensity your workouts are, the less accessible it is because people will just not, be able to do it. Right? Best you can do to lose weight is to limiting calories. I mean, yeah, and exercise is an attempt to supplement that as well. I got a walking pad and have time to walk outside. I can walk watching shows and stuff in the evening. Damage on your joints doesn't feel worth for walking. Buy a treadmill. I'm not gonna buy a treadmill for my apartment. We have a treadmill in the exercise room. Oh, for running. It should actually be more about mobility and blood movements versus calories. Maybe. Running is bad for your knees. If you have an elliptical, I'd do that. Under the desk one, they're really compact. Why would I do that when there's a treadmill literally downstairs? That's my point. My point is, I'm not going to buy a treadmill for my room when I can just walk down. I don't have a problem walking downstairs to the treadmill, right? If it doesn't work for you, that's fine. You can do you, right? But like, that's where I'm going. When your setup's downstairs, then I don't think I can move my setup to the exercise room.
I don't know everything. And I think not knowing everything is what puts me at an
Do 5
admitting
push-ups
that I
together?
don't know.
Like, honestly, if you've never done push-ups before, 5 push-ups is like it's a long step to take, right? I would say focus on doing 1 push-up first. Let's go right now. I'm not doing push-ups right now. That's not happening.
Everything puts me at a higher position in terms of intellect. Than
Also,
the
I
average
don't
person.
like push-ups. I don't. I'm an anti-push-up person.
The average commentator who acts like they know what
There's
the
a
hell
usefulness
they're
in the
talking
exercise.
about.
I just don't
know.
like it.
I'm very stubborn. So I will continue.
Oh, speaking of eating well, my Taco Bell is here.
You doing what I've been doing, but let's move on from the drama slop tuber shit.
I wasn't joking. Taco Bell is my breakfast. Ugh. I haven't had time to meal prep since I've been back. Gonna poop after is okay. Weight loss is safe. We should go to Taco Bell order. What is this breakfast Taco Bell? This is my favorite. I got a bacon crunch wrap. $90 push-ups in 2 minutes for me. That's actually very solid. Taco breakfast is actually pretty goated. It is goated. Ever talk about breakfast by me? I'm so sorry. I just did 10 like a Twitch chat being positive for once. Have that been prepared? What happened is as your illegal Hispanic maid. You're right. I fired her. Oh wait, okay. We're gonna get to the Ethan Klein stuff as well. But I just got here too. And 30 cardio is weak for me. Chat, 30 push-ups is good. That is solid. Like most of the population, especially in America, will not be able to do 30 push-ups. Right? Don't sleep on 30 push-ups. 30 good form push-ups. Like can't even do a single push-up. That's what I said. Like, you know, focus on doing 1 push-up. And if you can't do that, like work your way backwards from there.
She prepared a special going away present.
Well, she's just driving back home.
Yeah.
She's disappearing.
Okay.
She's
My apologies.
disappearing.
She's not disappearing. She's just driving home. No, you don't have to play. Ian's the one who's leaving. Galia's
I've
just
taken
driving.
a life insurance policy out on you unknowingly.
Stop.
She's going to disappear.
Stop.
But yeah, why don't you go first? Because I don't want to run out of time. I'll make sure you get to do whatever it is you want to say.
Oh, I have like a really small suggestion for a clip, just because when I came here first 2 weeks ago,
I've never seen this person on this podcast not talking about Hassan. Can any frequenters of H3 like inform me if like they talk about anything else other than Hassan? That's her job to just talk about Hassan. It's kind of crazy. Oh, it gets worse too. One day I will ban the phrase "it gets worse" from my chat. The day is not today, but why do they put her in the back rooms? Unpaid intern slots. You know what I mean?
I mentioned a quote from Hassan, and since then I've been clipped onto Has Twitter, and people are like all saying that you hired me as a Hassan stalker, apparently. And
Yeah, right.
I'm
yeah.
spreading lies about him.
What is it you said that they're?
So I said that I don't remember off the top of my head the exact quote, but Hassan basically said that Ukraine should give up on its sovereignty and knee down to the bully. That's what I.
That doesn't sound like Hassan. just off rip, like I would like to hear the exact quote actually from her. You know what I mean? Like, if you're okay, if you know you're doing this section on the podcast, why would you not find the exact quote that he said? Like, number one, Like that's interesting to me. They play the clip. She will play it. Okay.
That sounds pretty extreme.
Yeah, but I just wanted to show my.
And they're saying you lied about that.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's a clip. This shows the clip. This is the clip, in the words of Keemstar.
Not living in a fucking, authoritarian state, right? Like, we should be able to put an end to this. We should be able to, like, do something about this. And
this 60-second trick will change. I don't know why this is happening today. Something changed in my ad block or whatever.
Oh, Dan. Dan is unaware. U-Block is dead. U-Block is dead.
YouTube, I think
they're taking a harder
my
stance on
AdSense
it.
is about to tick up.
I mean, I guess that's true.
Let's get those pies going, baby.
It doesn't seem to be doing
You still
it on your
enable it?
computer.
Yeah, or you can just get U-Block Lite, like I have. I'm allegedly. I don't have U-Block Lite actually. I never use that. Pay YouTube Premium? No. No, I already pay for Twitch Turbo. I'm not paying for Twitch Turbo and YouTube Premium, bro. Or go Firefox. I use Firefox. I use Google Chrome because you can do this. And I like being able to do this. I have Firefox for my like actual personal browser.
Why don't you open it over there?
Oh, sure.
It's
And while
number
you
4.
open
Are
it,
you logged into a different account?
That's what I thought at first, but I switched to the main one.
That's the difference. We're not living in
on.
All right, from here, Galia?
Anyways.
yeah.
All right, here we go. And this is on his main channel, 3 years old.
Okay.
It's from March 2022, so it's like 3 weeks into the
Use an app on
escalated
Brave
war.
browser? No. I'm not using Brave browser, bro. They're like saying, oh, you should use Opera GX. I'm not doing that either. I'm using Firefox.
All right, here it is. I'll put on CCs too, so make no mistake.
in a fucking, authoritarian state, right? Like, we should be able to put an end to this. We should be able to, like, do something about this. And what I mean by that is immediate ceasefire, immediate peace negotiations with concessions made to Russia, of course, because they are the bully, and sometimes you have to fucking cave into the bullies. Especially because, like, when people say, oh, well, what about the sovereignty of Ukrainians? What about the sovereignty of Ukrainians? Like, the sovereignty of Ukrainians are, unfortunately, and I say this in the most real way, is insignificant. The sovereignty of the Ukrainians or the defenses of the Ukrainians would have been absolutely obliterated if it wasn't for Western involvement in this circumstance. If it wasn't for...
He's not incorrect on this, though. Like, I can understand being Ukrainian and being mad at the type of language that he uses. Like, yeah, he didn't say, and that's a good thing, right? But he's not, like, incorrect. Like, did she not read the infographic? It says Putin is very bad.
For the NLAW grenade launchers, if it wasn't for the Javelin missiles, there would be no fucking sovereignty of Ukrainians regardless. That's the unfortunate reality. And if it was for the sovereignty of Ukrainians and what their actual genuine interests are, which I do understand, obviously you don't want to be fucking obliterated by Russia. You don't want to be obliterated by Russia. It's a very reasonable, very understandable fucking demand, request. Then the Ukrainians want a fucking no-fly zone. Why are we not giving it to them? The Ukrainians want it to be a part of NATO. Why are we not giving it to them?
But he's right. He's correct. This is a pro-Ukraine take. Like, why are we not giving them a no-fly zone? Why are we not allowing them into NATO? Like, great question. Maybe it's because the West doesn't actually have the sovereignty of Ukrainians at like top of mind. Like, it's so funny to get mad at Hassan here for just pointing out the fact that Western powers want a forever war with with Russia. Like, you're getting mad at Hassan for pointing out that Western forces and Western powers don't want to actually end the war. They don't want to take the steps to actually safeguard Ukrainian lives because it's scary for them. To be fair, want a forever war everywhere. I mean, true, but like, the president would have to be enforced by the U.S. and cause an actual war with U.S. and Russia. Yes, right, but that's what Ukraine is asking for, and there's a reason why the U.S. isn't doing it. So getting mad at Hassan for just doing analysis for like why, you know, or how peace talks would have to realistically take into effect, right? Instead of like, I don't know, the entire Western apparatus that doesn't want peace talks to happen in the first place. It's just, it's done. From 3 years ago, too, hundreds of thousands of lives thrown away over the time with no pushback for peace, and somehow Hassan is wrong here. Yeah, she just doesn't like the type of language that he used.
Why were we never going to give it to them? It doesn't matter. Like, the sovereignty of Ukrainians is insignificant in this situation, and I try to explain it to you over and over again when we're talking about fucking two major superpowers having a conversation with one another and putting an end to this. The only thing I care about.
Yeah, I don't read this as Hassan saying that like no one, like, you know, I don't read this as Hassan saying I don't care about Ukrainian sovereignty, and more Hassan saying they don't care about Ukrainian sovereignty. Like, he's saying that it's insignificant in the wider conversation about what Russia and what Western forces, specifically America, wants. It's very clear to me. Yeah, the West doesn't care about the sovereignty of Ukrainians. He's not giving his ascription about like he believes that Ukraine doesn't deserve its own sovereignty, right? And like, if you're like anti-Hassan, I can see how you would read this as though this is Hassan saying that he hates Ukraine for some reason, but like that's something personal that you gotta figure out, honestly.
Situation.
Wow. Yeah. So sorry for not quoting it directly.
You want to unpack that?
In my opinion, like I said before, I didn't know about Hassan before I saw him on Leftovers. And I didn't know about his Ukrainian takes because when he was saying that, I was actually in Ukraine. So in March of that year, I wasn't able to watch his streams. So
fair.
Because there was a war.
Yeah. And when I got to, when I randomly saw his Crimean take, like 6 months into the war, so I was already, basically whenever I was working already for H3, and I wanted to mention that as well, that Ethan did not hire me to stalk Hassan. I was working here for almost 2 years. I think it's gonna be 2 years next month. Just because no one hasn't like seen me doesn't mean that I wasn't here. I was working with Ethan and Ela for 2 years when Hassan was doing Leftovers every single Thursday, and I
mentioned this, they just show a clip of Hassan and they never explain exactly what's wrong with the statement, just vibes. Yeah, they like, again, they leave it up to their audience to like fill in Hassan being bad. They say, hey, look at this bad thing that Hassan said, and then show Hassan saying this thing that is objectively good analysis, and they're like, wow, see, isn't that kind of crazy? That's all they do.
I would occasionally talk with Ethan
But
about.
like, honestly, I don't care what this person has to say. And she goes on for another like 5 minutes. Can I skip this, please? I got the gist of this. Like, I don't think she's gonna say anything useful. Maybe she does though. Maybe she does. But like, I want you to suffer.
All right. First of all,
she does claim she speaks Turkish at one point. I mean, I have no way to like verify or not verify that because I don't speak Turkish. So,
I don't know where this was taken, but someone was next to Dan Clancy at some kind of event and did some journalism on him. They journalized his ass.
Journalized?
I want to say this person.
Now, this is funny because Ethan calls when somebody does this to him, Sneeko fan harassing him. But then he says this is good journalism. Okay.
Who approached him publicly was very professional, in my opinion.
Yeah.
She asked him direct questions. He answered, and then when he answered, she said, "Thanks for your time," and walked away. I do not want people harassing anyone in public, right? Like, he's the CEO of a company. He's a public figure. He should be accountable for things that his business is doing. But this person...
Does this not apply to the Sneeko fan that he claimed harassed him? His words? You know what I mean? Ethan is a public figure. He should be accountable. But like, when that loser does it, it's harassment, which it is. But when this person does it, it's good journalism, and she was respectful.
Did not harass him, in my opinion, and I don't think people should harass Dan Clancy in public.
Oh, Clancy.
Dan Sword loves another story.
Hey Dan, do you have any comment on why you won't let Ethan Klein stream on your platform?
He is
the
streaming on the
Hassan
platform.
content nuke?
He is.
Why he got banned twice?
It got reversed.
It got reversed, but it was like it was not an automatic ban. Do you have any comment on that?
No comment.
No comment? All right, good to know. Appreciate it.
Dude, I feel so uncomfortable. The fact that he responded so fucking fast.
He really knew. What
He was
up
like,
there.
boom.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't even have time to...
I mean, yeah, if somebody comes up to you and is like, hey, can you answer about Ethan Klein not streaming on your platform? He has he has an answer for things that are asked to him. Like, sure. Right? Sure. You know what? Sure. Okay. Because stuff like that is so funny to me because, like, even if you took time to, like, think about the questions and, like, come up with the answer, like, oh, wow, a Twitch CEO can't think on his feet, right? CEO can't think on his feet and he has to, like, make up an answer on the spot for why Ethan is banned. Wow, he's like pretending like he doesn't know what's going on. Like this entire thing can always be spun in one way or another to make Ethan feel like he looks good. That's it. Yeah, it's a lose-lose. And so now it's like, oh well, he answered that super quickly, right? Wow, he was super quick in answering this question. So I was like, he was prepared. Like, they really think the CEO is involved in every ban decision? I don't even freaking know, bro.
To like feign like oh yeah, I'll have to look into that. I don't know who that is.
Yeah.
Like this.
If he would have done that, Ethan would have had a problem with that too. That's the problem. It's like Ethan does this all the time, where he's like he will take somebody's response and then have an issue with it no matter what. No matter what it is. He like demand people talk about him, and when people talk about him, oh, now that you're harassing me, right? He was a man. Somebody answer a question. Somebody answers the question. Is like, oh. You're actually not answering the question, or why are you responding to me? Like that's all he always does. He always does. He finds something wrong with whatever the response is. It doesn't matter. Which is why there's no winning with Ethan here, because he's bad faith. This is somebody who is bad faith.
I am on this motherfucker's mind.
Yeah.
I feel like the perfect response for him would have been, we ban people every day. So
yeah,
I'm unsure who you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I need to look into it.
Yeah.
That would have been the best. But he lost his cool. He got scared. He got spooked.
But he lost his cool. What are we talking about here? What? No, whatever. Sure. Sure. Okay. Sure.
KKK Clancy, that's right. One more time, because it.
Great job.
I feel like he's angry too. You can sense.
You can sense that like.
Oh,
people
he's
have
an
been
empath. Ethan and Hila, the empath. You know, they definitely are very in tune with people, how people feel in their emotions and stuff. They can sense when people are angry. Yeah.
driving him crazy with this topic or something.
Oh, he hates me.
But great job to this girl.
Absolutely. I don't know who.
He said he hates me, bro. What? Come on, bro. Is that not a little bit pathetic? Is that not a little bit pathetic? Like, that's so funny. You know what? Sure.
Who this is, but shout outs to this.
Looks like she's in chat because there's one person saying that's my video.
Oh, we love you, girly. We love you so much.
It's B. Their name is B.
You be the one. you be the best. Sorry. I've never done meth. So it's not the girl from the Hassan fan. The user's name is I've never done meth. So I was just saying, it's definitely not the
Right, I got you.
Hey Dan, do you have any comment on why you won't let Ethan Klein stream on your platform?
He is
the
streaming on the
Hassan
platform.
content nuke.
He is.
Why he got banned twice?
It got reversed.
It got reversed, but it was like it was not an automatic ban. Do you have any comment on that?
No comment.
No comment. All right, good to know.
Dude, she was on her shit too. She did not miss a beat. She didn't give him time to think, and he looks like an idiot who's obsessed with me, dude.
No, that's not necessarily.
I'm just walking around in your brain, dude, taking a shit.
I mean, it is interesting how he very clearly was very aware of the situation. Can I be the annoying devil's advocate here a little bit?
Isn't that what you always do?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, one way that this could be perceived is that the original ban and even the appeal likely had nothing to do with Dan Clancy. I mean, I think we can probably accept that the day-to-day banning of account, he likely...
That's safe.
And likely when the backlash to that started, because it was an absurd situation, it was quickly escalated up the chain to him. He may have been the one to order them to unban you.
Yeah,
because he at least, has enough sense to see how incredibly bad that makes them look.
Likely.
And that would explain why he was very familiar with the situation.
Yeah, but that still doesn't take away from the problem. Which is the way they reacted to Ethan's content twice.
That motherfucker
When he got banned for 30 days and then refused the appeal, so he's still just
They
not
have given
addressing the problem.
126
What?
gift subs in the channel.
But like Dan's take is that he didn't know about that situation. Like he wasn't aware of that when that was happening. And she was like, "Oh, well, but have you considered the fact that like, he was aware of it?" Like, they're just speculating. I mean, they are just speculating. And honestly, who cares? It doesn't even really matter. Like, I thought Twitch was such an anti-Semitic platform. Why are you rebroadcasting on there in the first place? But whatever.
Right, and
Dan.
Huh?
Look at Dan. Such a Dan.
Oh, lost my... Oh, very good. I'm looking good. He was trying to... I'm being silenced for playing... for steel manning...
First Amendment,
Dan
dude.
Clancy.
Where's my First Amendment bias?
I don't even think this, but just to play devil's advocate for a second.
Wow, old school. Can you see if the HDMI got kicked out or something?
I don't think you're playing devil's advocate.
No, it's everyone's camera.
But
down.
I think he responded so quickly, Dan, that it just...
I think he's well aware of the situation at this point.
Yeah.
100%.
And I think he, yeah, I mean, I don't think you're playing a devil's advocate or that's crazy. I mean, it's all pretty plausible.
I like that she still tried to get him to address it, but he wasn't going to.
She brought him right to the.
Like he did address it though. I'm so confused. Like I just don't know what. Like we've arrived at the point where I'm just like, what are we even talking about anymore? We're literally just watching a bunch of babies talk about how victimized they are. And that's their entire output. That's it. That's all they do at this point. It's just a bunch of babies just talking about how much people hate them and how victimized they are and how sad their lives are because nobody would take them seriously. And that's it. I'm just like, okay.
Point where it's like, well,
Yeah.
manually, blah blah blah.
Right. It is interesting that he stopped wanting to engage with
No
it. as soon as
comment
it went
again.
Because our
what? He just said no comment, and she was like, "Thank you very much." And he was like, "Okay." What were we talking about? Like he seemed like he wanted to stop engaging. He just said no comment. Like it feels like they're taking a situation that was like a completely normal interaction, right? And they're like hyper analyzing it in like a way that makes them feel good about themselves, right? It was a totally normal, like 20-second interaction. Even from like my perspective, somebody who's just like is obviously not a fan of Ethan. Like if you want to like, bird dog a CEO and ask about what's going on in their platform or whatever, by all means, I don't care. Like, the video itself is fine. It's chill. And like, if Ethan was just talking about like, oh, look, this video exists, you know, X, Y, or Z, or like, that would be one thing. But now they're like, look at his eyebrows. Look at his eyebrows. His eyebrows curled down and then curled back up. He means he's thinking about me, right? And then his lip twitched. It twitched twice. I mean, he's thinking about Hila. like what are we talking about here? I feel like we're losing the plot a little bit. That's what it feels like watching this content. They are body language experts, exactly.
Core problem is that there is a company-wide agenda, and that they apply their rules.
Anyway, great video.
Inconsistently.
Great video.
Anyway,
Dan Clancy, everybody.
Which I don't understand how people can say this, because like, Twitch is at a very large allowance for the things that they've allowed on the platform as well. You know what I mean? Like, Asmongold says daily worse things than Hassan has said pretty consistently, like, if we're being entirely real. And like, they don't ban everything Asmongold says, right? Like, and sure, there's some truth to the idea that like, if you are a big streamer, it's not like a pro Hassan bias, it's a pro big streamer bias. If you are a big streamer, you have a lot more leeway with the things you can get away with on your... Kai had someone hanging on his stream with 100,000 people watching. He didn't get banned for that. And that's kind of crazy. You know what I mean? Like, there's a level of leeway that large streamers get, all large streamers, that doesn't exist for smaller creators, right? But it's not like some large streamers get like a, you know, specific rules applied to them and some large streamers don't, right? It's that large streamers just have a level of allowance that like, if a small streamer did that, they would be banned. And it only lasted that long because of his size, yeah. And he pushed it entirely too far. Destiny lasted way longer than he should have, right? But then he also pushed it entirely too far. They've banned small streamers for less.
All right, moving on to this character named Matt Lieb, who is a leftist orbiter of Hassan, and he...
No, he's not. Okay, if you call me an orbiter of Hassan, or you call Dems an orbiter of Hassan, that's one thing. You're calling Matt Lieb a Hassan orbiter? He's not even on Twitch. What are we talking about here? And he was on Good Mythical Morning. He has his own claim to fame. Yeah, like, he's not like, he doesn't do politics on Twitch. He has his own podcast. He's a Good Mythical Morning employee that like talks positively of Hassan sometimes. What, is Sam Cedar a Hassan orbiter too? Like,
Sean the Black says,
just if you talk positively about Hassan on some occasions, you are now a Hassan orbiter. The notable Hassan orbiter Grimes, exactly.
Yeah, she said she could explain more if we want her to. He told her more off camera.
He did?
He told me about the original ban off camera. Please let me explain.
Sure.
So I don't know how do you want to explain, but we would love to hear.
Well, we have her on. She's I don't smoke meth.
Send a message to Ray.
She's saying he...
Bro, they bring back the unpaid intern for another segment. Can I skip the segment too, please? Why did she come back? This is a commentary? No, it says Gayla finishes her segment. Chat, I'm looking at it right here. You just see her comments about Ukraine. I don't care about her comments about Ukraine. She plays a clip where Hassan has a weird sex worker take. skip. She sucks. Please skip. Yeah, because honestly, if I felt like people would actually care what she has to say, I'd watch it. They don't. You know what I mean? I don't think anybody actually cares what she has to say. I don't think, like, because people don't care about, like, what Ukrainians have to say just in general, especially the space that they occupy, you know? Like, you think Ethan Klein's new friends care about what Ukrainians have to say about, like, Ukraine? Maybe, like, Dylan Burns in, freaking, what's his name? Willie Mack's show might, but, like, you think that the Quartering, Keemstar, Asmongold actually care about Ukraine? Like, it's not going anywhere. You know what I mean? It's not. This is not gonna, like. We're not gonna see her takes be regurgitated by LSF. You feel me? Like we're not. That's why I don't think it's particularly relevant. But we will see, like, this, like, the Matt Lieb stuff talked about elsewhere. You see the Dean, Ethan Fan calling the Dean, saying Hassan is worse than Fuentes. I heard about it. I didn't see it. I mean, if you have a link, we'll take a look at it.
All just a bunch of Nazis.
Anywho,
were funded by American government.
This guy came up on my radar when he had Hassan on his show, and he was just like, yeah, everybody knows Ethan Klein is like, thinks the Jews are more entitled to the land, and he's like a Jewish supremacist. And I was like, bro, what the fuck?
Never said that.
Of course not. And then I found out that this guy works for Good Mythical Morning.
Yeah.
The most family-friendly show on the internet. And I'm like, listen, I like Rhett and Link. They should know that they're working with this brand risk guy.
So, from what he's described so far, nothing that Matt Lieb said is a brand risk, right? What makes him a brand risk except for him just being, like, anti-Ethan? Like,
who had bad empanada.
Yeah.
And laughed with bad empanada about how the Holocaust was nothing special.
What? Okay, come on. You can't, come on, bro. You can't take a take, and this is what I'm assuming that was said. You can't take a take that the Holocaust was not a uniquely evil endeavor that, like, only the Nazis could have committed. It is more of a product of evil that comes with having a society built on supremacy, and make that into, they were laughing about the Holocaust not being special. Like, you can't do that. Right? There's an argument there. There's a conversation that we could have, that has been had, about, like, the unique mechanisms of the Holocaust specifically, right? And how it differs from other forms of crime against humanity or genocide from the past, right? And what makes it different. But you can't reduce that down to that being like a conversation about people say the Holocaust isn't special. Like, what are we talking about here? Right?
Here is some of my takes on him, and I'll show you some of the clips. Do Rhett and Link know that Matt Lieb conducted an interview with Bad Empanada?
With hate pro-Palestinian stuff.
Three global goals. No child should die from preventable causes. All children should have access to a quality basic education, and no child should be a victim of violence. Currently, Save the Children is doing vital work in the West Bank and Gaza, where children are being killed at a devastating rate. Save the Children has been providing essential services and support to Palestinian children, like distributing food, water, and hygiene supplies. And you can join us in donating to Save the Children at SaveTheChildren.org.
Yeah.
I mean, that alone should be career ending.
Doing a podcast with Bad Empanada is a career ending. Okay.
At least in terms of, like, working with Rhett and Link.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you don't get to talk to somebody like Bad Empanada and then continue on to have, like, a mainstream job. I'm sorry. It's like, he's that fucking
like, it's kind of weird to, like, be like Ethan Klein, who's like anti-guilt by association. Right? Do guilt by association. Like he will love to talk about how he has no association with people like with Destiny, even though it's very clearly has association with people like Destiny. Or like Diddy Saltman, or like freaking Loner Box, who's defended children being sniped. Things of that nature. Right? And a history like Ethan has with saying slurs and the thing that he says about 18-year-old victims of bombings, about, their private parts and stuff of that nature, and the association he has with the Nug Boys, and how he's now alongside Keemstar. Like, if we're talking about brand risks, right? We're talking about brand risks. Was she 17? She was, from what I understand, 18 the moment he said it, but the picture he was looking at, I think she was 17. Right? That's what I think chat told me before. I think. Or no. She was 17 when it happened, 18 when the picture was taken. Something like that. It was something like that, right?
And everybody knows it. That's the thing. Everybody knew it. Before October 7th, everybody knew it. Hassan used to rant about how he's never going to have Bad and Panana's show because he's fucking insane. Because he has a ton of Reddit accounts and he harasses and doxes people and he's out of his mind.
This isn't Hassan. He knows he's talking about Matt Lieb right now, right? This isn't Hassan. What is he talking, like, what? I'm confused. He knows he's talking about a different person right now, right?
Everybody knew it. Hassan used to rant about how he's never going to have Bad and Panana's show because he's fucking insane. Because he has a ton of Reddit accounts and he harasses and doxes people and he's out of his mind.
I also don't think Hassan has said that. Hassan has said Bad and Panana is insane. Because Bad and Panana is insane, all right? Let's not be confused. Bro is insane. Now, I don't think he's more insane than Ethan is, if we're being entirely real. Right? Ethan has gotten him beat in the insane department. Right? But like, what does this have to do with like this situation in the first place? So I just disavows anything that's not Bad and Banana's videos. Hassan gives marching orders to Matt Lieb. I knew it. Definitely says that he's both insane and extremely smart and talented at what he does. While smearing the
Then all of a sudden,
I don't even know if Bad Banana would like disagree with the assertion of being insane. You know what I mean? Like, even is insane in the wrong direction. He's insane in the complete other direction. Like, Bad Banana's insanity can be used and pointed in a productive way. He's like a cannon. You point the end of the cannon towards, the right thing, and then it just goes. And there's benefit there. Like, Ethan's insanity is more like a misfiring gun. Where, like, you will try to shoot it and it'll blow up in your hand. You know what I mean?
everybody's bringing Bad Empanada on the show. Isn't that fucking interesting? So there's that one. Here it is from, I think this was just...
Because he's not trying to be negative when you say Bad Empanada's insane. What has he done? That's insane. Just like his... But, okay. And I'm not going to get into this because I just don't care, honestly. Bad Empanada's Twitter was insane, right? Before it got banned. And his mechanisms or methods in which dealing with enemies is further than I would go, right? And that's what I'll say. I think there is benefit in having somebody who is very strongly opinionated in like the movement, right? But I think he has a lot of some takes that lack nuance, which again can be useful in some instances. Right? And his his takes are just very, very strong. matches Ethan's energy. Not even necessarily. I think this was the case for Bad Empanadas before Ethan was even in a conversation, right? I don't even see it as him like matching Ethan's energy. He's just a equally like type of you know, of crazy. But his crazy is just pointed in the correct direction in this instance. You know what I mean? Bad Empanadas was born crazy. Ethan just went crazy. Yeah. But yeah. Like, I don't care if you're a fan of Bad Empanadas. I genuinely doesn't matter. You can do you, right? That's my take on Bad Empanadas specifically, right? Go, you can enjoy his content, you can engage with it, and we're moving on. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. And if you talk about it more, I will ban you, and we will time you out, and we'll move on. Because I don't care. This is not a Bad Empanadas defense stream. This is not a Bad Empanada takedown stream. I do not care what your take is. It's not useful and productive to get involved with that right now. We're moving on. All right? We're good? Cool.
It's from 2 days ago. Here's Matty Boy sitting table side with these two friends.
Yeah, I'm a centrist. I'm not picking a side. I'm just reporting.
So family day. This was just from 2 days ago. Here's Matty Boy sitting table side.
No, see, this is interesting because, like, what is this supposed to prove? Yes, he worked with Good Mythical Morning. This is something that he will, like, he's not trying to hide. You know, so I'm confused. Like, he wants Matt fired? I mean, yes, and we understand that, right? But from his perspective, where he's not supposed to be wanting brigading to happen, I don't understand what he thinks this is about in a way that's like not brigading. If that makes sense. You know? To play the children promo, hadn't seen it, and clearly Ethan hasn't either. I don't think Ethan would necessarily care. Do you think Rhett and Link have no idea? I think it's less that he thinks Rhett and Link have no idea, and more that he's pretending like Rhett and Link has no idea to be like, hey guys, they don't know. Maybe you should tell them who they're hanging out with because they probably don't know, right? It's like cynically imagining that they don't know to like endorse brigading, right? That's what it is. That's what it is. And it's so funny because I want you guys do you guys remember what happened with the Try Guys? And why Ethan seems to have no friends except for like staunch like right-wingers like Keemstar and the Quartering and such? Like, why does he keep doing this? Like, why does he keep doing this? It doesn't make him look good. It doesn't. It does not make him look good. He did it to Phil DeFranco as well. Right? Normie creators who like just don't want to engage with this whole drama campaign that Ethan Klein has been, you know, has been doing. And if they don't play ball exactly the way he wants them to play ball, if they just slightly slight him in the slightest, 3 slights there, then he's like, how dare you or whatever. He's like, everyone into the mud and threatening people's livelihood like it's a joke, all because he can't get to Hassan. Yeah.
These guys are so family dang friendly, man. Just look at them. Look how wholesome and they're handsome and they're tall.
Yeah, he's done to a lot of people. Just people who were like ambivalent, like just like, you know, or neutral on Ethan, or viewed him like maybe positively from the past. Right? He just turned around and just started harassing. Like iDubbbz, Rhett and Link, the Try Guys, Philip DeFranco, Hassan is the biggest one because, like, you know, Hassan was the catalyst for this. Ludwig, right? Like, just like Markiplier. I want to include Frogan because, like, Frogan's like wasn't like his like friend or whatever. I don't think you ever really liked Frogan. FD Signifier, like, just like people who are like not involved, right? Creators for Palestine is a good one. Cutie, like, just straight up people who were just not involved that he was just dragged into the mud just because. Taylor Lorenz, Will and Caroline, like what are we talking about here, bro? That count? Anissa and Ian? I think I said iDubbbz. Nick, NMP, like, just straight up, just pulling in random people. Oh yeah, Noah Grace, not Noah, Nathan Grayson, right? I won't even bring in like Noah Sampson because like Noah's talked about Ethan technically. Like, just pulling people like in just to for like no reason to try to just get at Hassan. And he just made just enemies of everybody. And it's surprised when he's not taken seriously. Right? Even want to include people like Dan Clancy as well. They are just like pulled into his hate campaign for no reason. Right? Did I say Sam Cedar? Sam Cedar is included. Get Kaya. The Reddit CEO. Theo Vaughn. Literally just picking everybody just to go after. Like, Hassan's poor housekeeper, undocumented immigrant mom. Like, Trash Taste. Dean Withers. I don't think he went after Bernie Sanders because of his association with Hassan. JVP. Like, come on. There's so many people. There's so many people that he just like turns around and just involves for no reason, right? Even if his beef is for like Hassan and like Dems and Mike and myself and Frogan and the AAVE podcast, even with his beefs with us, right? I'm not including myself or Hassan there, because like, that's one thing. I'm talking about completely separate third parties who have no involvement in this drama at all, who did not talk about this drama at all, right? But he is just pulled into his campaign just to dunk on them, right? And everybody I just mentioned, or just regular people living their regular lives, not involved with this, that like Ethan is just like, I'm going to attack this person now today. Why? Because I can. Hassan appeared on their broadcast 7 months ago. Completely separately. Hassan has mentioned this person's name one time 3 years ago in a slightly positive fashion. So now I must talk about how this person sucks. Like, that's crazy. It's crazy. Like, you would think that YouTube would at some point will call this, right? YouTube at some point would be like, okay, maybe this is a little bit far, right? This is just a tad bit far. But like, no.
Paul, and they've never had a controversial thought.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
That's also not true. The idea that like Rhett and Link for Good Mythical Morning had never had a controversial thought means that you didn't know early Rhett and Link. You feel me? Like, a big part of Rhett and Link that got them into like some controversy, what's really controversy, but like that drew some ire, was when they like very publicly like left their religion and they had a very huge Yeah, they went against their faith. Exactly. They had a very huge thing that they talked about pretty consistently, and that got them a lot of hate. And you would know this if you are just a casual watcher of Rhett and Link for the past 10 years. You know what I mean? As I've been. Right? So sit there and be like, oh, they are unaware of controversy, and they've never been in or have to deal with like controversial hate or whatever. It's just not true. I also wrote an article denouncing the Southern Heritage Confederate flag thing, if I recall correctly. Were they Mormon? I don't know if they were Mormons specifically. How has he been in the space so long and have no idea? The deconstruction religion thing was the only thing I knew about them. Really, and I don't watch Good Mythical Morning at all. I think you should watch it. I think you should watch their video on it. I think it's a very good and well thought out critique of religion and people's personal journeys. So if you care about that sort of stuff, I think it's a very good watch. Whether or not you are religious or not religious, whether or not you grew up in a religion and left it, or you're still within that religion, I think it's a good for anybody to look into as well, to understand people's personal journey and how they get to the places that they are. Right? It's very good. I watched it like a few years ago. Trying to understand those things myself. Anyway, sorry, it's completely separate. But like, yeah, Ethan's wrong on this. That requires empathy, though. That's true.
And here's Matt Lieb stinking up the place, being like, "Oh, the not actually, Rhett and Link, the Holocaust was nothing special." Let's hear from Bad Empanada, the violent, psychotic, fucking anti-Semite who fantasizes about killing Ethan and Hila in a video game on camera that he was suspended for 7 days for.
Well, to be fair, he fantasized about killing Hila specifically. Ethan was not involved because Ethan dodged compulsory service. Just gonna put that out there. He said he was looking for secretaries. Just to be entirely clear and accurate about what he said here. I'm very fair. I'm very fair, and I am a proponent of the truth. I only speak on the truth.
Matt Lieb interviewed him after that happened, by the way. Let's continue on, shall we? Matt Lieb is also a contributor to H3 Snark.
You also disavow?
Yeah.
I don't feel the need to say that I disavow it because, like, me talking about what the truth is not an endorsement of the truth. You know what I mean? And I reject that premise. I reject the premise that I must now disavow something after I gave context about that thing. Disavow. I disavow that premise is what I disavow.
This is like a grown-ass man who's like a respected member of this community, works for Good Mythical Morning, and he's browsing H3 Snark. Can we please?
Okay, but like you also browse H3 Snark. So like, what does that mean about you? Like, are we gonna say Ethan doesn't browse H3 Snark? Right? Number one. Number two, his podcast is a Snark podcast. Number three, he's made his own Snark subreddit. His own words, someone attempted to make a Snark subreddit. But he also did run a Snark subreddit. So, I'm just saying. Someone did.
Well, not just browsing, but participating.
Oh yeah, participating.
Yeah.
And in the old one and the new one. He's saying, I love you. This was a post of someone saying, like, I'm unsubbing from the H3 podcast and I'm subbing to Matt Lieb.
Okay. What? Do you want him to say, F you, don't give me your money? What are we talking about here? Is that why he's so mad? I mean, maybe.
What was that from? When
what?
Subbing to Matt Lieb. What was that from? When the first time we spoke about Matt Lieb, that he responded to me. Anywho, that was from the old one, and then he's back in the new one. From this was a recent screenshot, so this just happened a day or two ago. He's commenting in here. So
I think.
Okay, but like, why didn't he talk about what this post was about? Because maybe the post was about you talking about him previously. Like, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Why doesn't he show the comment? Because he doesn't actually do any research himself. It's just whatever he gets sent to him. Then he's just like, yeah, this is what it is.
He interviewed Frogan, and we talked about. That maybe.
Oh, so you talked about it. Okay, so you talked about him. That got clipped out and posted on H3 Snark, and then he replied to the clip of you talking about him. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Yeah. So it's almost like you instigated this, and then he got involved to the only place where you can actually engage with critiques of Ethan Klein, which is like the Snark subreddits, and he left one comment on it. Maybe don't talk about people if you don't want them to respond. Bentley responds to a fan expressing disappointment of his support of Bad Empanadas. Oh, wait, here. We have the right to harass and deplatform any and all pro-Palestinian creators who are associated with them in order to defend ourselves. They're harassing each other. Hey, at Matt Lieb jokes, you want to defend this? You seemingly don't care that he calls CPS, so I guess you won't. My harassment is defending myself, by the way. Please tell Rhett and Link about their employee, Matt Lieb, that supports terrorists. Like, does Ethan not see how this minimizes, like, this so-called terrorist support that he thinks that, like, he's fighting against? Like, it just doesn't make sense. Matt Lee responds to a fan expressing disappointment in support of Bad Bananas. So yeah, I don't know what supporting Snark means. I left a few comments on H3 Snark when people were talking about me, and I'd say things like, "Aw, thanks." The one Ethan Circle was a post on H3 _ Productions about how Ethan is brigading me. I don't see how that's supporting Snark or supporting attempts to dox. That's just me replying to comments about me. True. Was it Bad Banana that called? Bad Banana said he's called, but Bad Bananas is a troll. So like, I don't see anything he said seriously regardless. Yeah, maybe if Bad Bananas takes credit for it, like, he'll leave freaking Denims alone. In terms of Bad Banana, he was a guest on my podcast in January, and his beef with Ethan is between him and Ethan. We talk about Ethan on the show because it's a show about Hasbara, and Ethan does Hasbara. Ethan Klein. Bad Bananas mostly didn't call CPS on him. I'm pretty sure he's just trolling him. Exactly what I said. But even if he did, that's between them. They both seem like to be harassing each other. You can criticize me for platforming guys whose politics you find abhorrent. I'm used to that. I run a Jewish anti-Zionist podcast, so it comes with the territory. But somehow turning it into me supporting harassment or doxing or CPS calls, and then trying to get me fired is actual harassment. This is true. I need glasses. I do need glasses. Hold on. I tried to make it bigger, but it didn't work out very well. It just feels like it's staying the same size.
Was with Frogan,
Maybe.
and he was accusing me of obsessing over like Arab.
The
Arabs
tier list, I think. It was
was
after
defending
the tier list.
list.
Yeah.
And Matt Lieb is one of these guys who's like, he's Jewish, and he loves that because he allows himself to be tokenized to the max.
Yeah.
Like it's such.
Isn't it kind of funny how like anybody who just is Jewish who doesn't agree with Ethan, what Ethan is saying, is a token just automatically? Just automatically. Isn't this anti-Semitic? You can make your own distinctions about whether or not it's anti-Semitic. But I think that's quite interesting. To call out that, like, he said it about Raph as well, who was Jewish, who was on the panel, and he said, "Oh, Raph, you're a token." And now Matt Lee was apparently a token. Anybody who doesn't engage directly with his harassment campaign is a token to Ethan.
It's such a privileged POV to be like, I'm an American Jew, and I don't have, and I've never known or had a need for anybody that's ever had to like been forcibly removed from their homes in the Middle East and had nowhere to go.
Isn't he from California? So like stones from glass houses at this point, right? Here's another mention of the list of token Hassan approved Jews in this segment.
And I don't have, and I've never known or had a need for anybody that's ever had to like been forcibly removed from their homes in the Middle East and had nowhere to go. So I'm going to sit here and judge Israelis and be like, I'm the token good Jew. He's on the approved list of good Jews that Hassan wants me to talk to. You really got to talk to this guy, Matt Lieb.
How did Hassan get involved in this again? Bro literally just has Hassan on the mind 24/7, right? Just 24/7. And it's funny because like, if his take is Hassan saying, "Hey, Ethan, maybe talk to an anti-Zionist Jew," then like, he would not be incorrect. Like, he would be like right to say that. Say, "Hey, Ethan, I understand your perspective. Maybe talk to somebody who is Jewish who doesn't, believe what you believe." And Ethan just has a problem with that. He says that is anti-Semitic. You, as a non-Jew, cannot want me to change my mind because I am Jewish and therefore it is anti-Semitic. He's talking about when Hassan told him they talked to Sam Seder. I know what he's talking about, right? But like, the point he's making here is that like, anybody who doesn't believe what he believes, anybody who is an anti-Zionist Jew is like a token, in his own words. That's what he is saying here. That's the underlying point that he made here.
Israelis and be Middle East and had nowhere to go. So I'm going to sit here and judge Israelis and be like, I'm the token good Jew. He's on the approved list of good Jews that Hassan wants me to talk to. You really got to talk to this guy, Matt Lieb. And he says shit like, Ethan's a Jewish supremacist. He defends the Sabra shit. Like, he's basically on his knees.
Wait, didn't he also say Sabra hummus was bad? Like 2-3 podcasts ago? Like, what are we talking about here? You agree with it. Like, I'm confused. I'd like, He doesn't make sense. He does not make sense. He literally, like, he changes his opinions more often than I change my freaking glasses, okay? Like all the time. Too often. Speaking of which, don't ask me where the other half is. They are broken. Okay, why did you go with Vegeta instead of any other Saiyan? Okay, are you coming at my hairline, and for why? How dare? How dare? You could have said Bardock, or really any part of the Frieza Force.
Get hummus tonight for. Should we try to get hummus tonight for? Gallia's staying with us.
We can. We just need to order before 4. They close
Let's get
at
it in.
4.
Because said Nappa. Well, Nappa's juiced, so like, you just be calling me buff at that point.
Best hummus place ever that we want you guys to try. It is, trigger warning, Israeli hummus.
The hummus.
Yeah.
As long as it's not that Sabra shit.
No,
Dude.
Jews don't sit around eating Sabra.
No.
They eat Sabra like anyone does. It's store-made shit.
I
you
still-
fucking snack on.
Like, isn't that like the exact opposite of what he said in like last year? He said that it was in every Israeli cabinet. Like everybody in Israel ate like Sabra hummus. Like, unless I'm mistaken.
As long as it's not that Sabra shit.
No,
right?
Jews.
I don't know the intricacies of whatever Ethan Klein says, okay? I'm trying my best. All right? I'm trying my hardest to figure out or find the correct words that he said, all right?
As long as it's not that Sabra shit.
No,
Dude.
Jews don't sit around eating Sabra.
No.
They eat Sabra like anyone does. It's store-made shit.
I
you
still-
fucking snack on
I
when you
mean-
have no other
I
options.
can't do it.
Listen,
In Israel, the store-bought stuff is better.
Growing up, I thought it was. I didn't even know it was Israeli. I just didn't like it.
I agree. It's not that
Yeah.
good. I mean,
Not that
But yeah,
that's-
store bought. What could you do? Yeah.
you don't sit around and eat
Yeah.
it like you would a bowl of hummus.
Yeah.
That's
No,
insane.
that's crazy.
Nobody does that.
I do that.
It is.
It is. That's
I do
crazy.
that.
You
The-
sit around and just grub on a bowl. Of,
I've never, listen, I know that there's, like, the restaurant
We
hummus
gotta bring it
obviously
for
is
these
better,
guys.
but
You
you,
gotta bring it here.
Can we
no,
actually?
I've had it
we have time
before.
to do that?
The restaurant hummus is better. I'm not going to say it's, but I
Okay.
just, I think Sabra's fine. It's fine.
Ooh, Zionist.
It's fine hummus.
Stop with the
right?
Hasbara.
No, I think listen, if you want to have a shelf-stable hummus, you're gonna have to add all kinds of shit in there. That's gonna affect
Yeah.
the flavor and the consistency, and that's why it's not fucking great. It's a shelf-stable product with preservatives and shit.
Yeah,
and
it's like weirdly
there's-
fluffy.
It is fluffy.
Sabra. Weird.
Yeah, and there's no there. You're not gonna find a better hummus in the.
Yeah, I don't see how this is meaningfully different than what like Frogan was saying, if I'm being real. Sabra tastes like stomach acid. I think that's a bit far. It's not good, right? But like stomach acid is kind of crazy. That is true. Listen, I've tasted things that taste like stomach acid. I think it's. I ate Sabra once and I died. I think it's slightly exaggeratory way to describe the flavor. I can understand that, but like stomach acid is like that's a very strong way to describe it. Sure. It's socially more barbarous. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Listen, chat. I'm just trying not to get called anti-Semitic by Ethan. Listen, I didn't say Sabra tastes like stomach acid. Okay, please don't get me banned on Twitch.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
Salty one, thank you for the 11-month resubscription.
I live when I believe.
Saul_T_1 just subscribed. I would have to be forced at gunpoint to eat Sabra a second time.
As fascinating as my job to convince you to make your own hummus at home, it's 1,000 times better. I mean, it's BDS anyway, so like you shouldn't be eating Sabra regardless. But
Nobody's gonna back me up here.
No.
Oh, you okay? Okay.
You're not going to find a better hummus that
In
you
the
can buy
store.
from a grocery store. They're all this,
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
makes.
might be.
I mean, yeah, I don't know of any other brands.
I
Maybe
mean,
at like a Whole Foods.
yeah, you can get a couple of
It's
brands
not.
that are
No, there
better.
are other brands, but I'm saying they're just as good. It's not like they're like, oh my god, it's a miracle, they did it.
Yeah, if I don't see like my favorite brand of hummus in the store,
She's
I
back.
would just grab a Sabra and like, I don't know, just like Dan, I would buy it.
I mean, I'm not grabbing the Sabra hummus because it's BDS. But like, I mean, I guess do you? I guess do you? To Ian, is he gone? At this point, I think Ian is still here, but like, yeah, apparently, Ian is left or has left. Wait, it's Ethan against BDS? Ethan doesn't like abide by BDS, no. The only time Ethan has talked about BDS is to like talk about how Hassan got yelled at for drinking Coke. And that's it. Yeah, he uses BDS against people. Funniest part is that he confused Dr. Pepper with Coke. Yeah.
Yes, he's just, please, I want to be a good Jew. I'm a good Jew. Please, guys, please. I'll do it. I'll do whatever.
And then he buttoned. Interesting. Honestly, I'm praying on the button's downfall. Like, Dan, I know you love the drama. Just unplug the button. Just before one stream. Just to see how it goes. Just to see how it goes. It would be funny. It would be funny. Come on. It would be funny. You know it would be funny. I love Ethan talking about how people are brand risks while like having a button to stop himself from saying something that will get him banned. Like, that's pretty funny. Like, wasn't it like 20K? Which is kind of insane. Cause like I could code a button equivalent like button for my Stream Deck for like not $20,000. You know what I mean? It wouldn't even be that difficult. All you have to do is just put your stream on a delay, right? And, you know, offset that delay based upon whatever timeline you want the button to be pressed. It's not $20 or $20,000 worth. Here's putting the button to a normal person. I have a button that cuts my feed if I get 2 aces and having like 2 to 3 times a stream. Yeah. You being serious? 100%. It's not difficult to do. Right? You don't need a $20,000 to do this. $20,000 is a lot of freaking money. That's what Cuba does for her guest show, so people can't get her banned. Do this in like OBS. That's imagining that they were being serious about how much they spend on the button though. But
there's these groups called like Jewish Voices for Peace. I criticize them as being like allowing themselves to be tokenized. And Hassan said, "Oh, you think they're capos?" And I was like, "Bitch, what are you fucking talking about? That's not what I said at all."
You did say there were Nazi collaborators, or they were akin to Nazi collaborators. So, you know, take that what you will.
Jewish Voices for Peace, there's 20,000 members of this group. Not all, and you don't even have to be Jewish to join the group, okay? So let's say 10,000 Jews are members of Jewish Voices for Peace, and they tour all around the country, showing up at every like pro-Palestinian.
That's not how that works. Like, that's not how that works. They don't tour around the country, right? Yeah, they tour, they sell tickets, and like they do like performances. What are we talking about here? I think Jewish Voice for Peace was like a Civ 6 that I tried to take my I tried to take the glasses off and I grabbed at nothing because it doesn't exist. I only have half the glasses on me. Why did you guys not tell me I looked like this? Why did you not tell me I look so stupid? You just let me stream like this the entire time? Like, I know you called me Vegeta, but I thought it looked at least a little bit cooler. Like, it did not look cool, okay? You know what? Here. I'll be right back. You said you knew? I thought it looked cool! Okay, whatever.
Like, allowing themselves to be tokenized. And Hassan said, "Oh, you think they're capos?" And I was like, "Bitch, what are you fucking talking about? That's not what I said at all." Jewish Voices for Peace, there's 20,000 members of this group. Not all, and you don't even have to be Jewish to join the group, okay? So let's say 10,000 Jews are members of Jewish Voices for Peace, and they tour all around the country, showing up at every like pro-Palestinian protest or whatever the fuck they're doing, and they just they parade them around like, here's one of the good Jews. It's 10,000 people of 6 million in America, and part of the disgusting propaganda that they do is that they try to convince everybody that this is
Wow, everything looks so red. Everything looks so red. You say there's a Jewish conspiracy to be pro-Palestine? What does that even mean?
and you don't even have to be Jewish to join the group, okay? So let's say 10,000 Jews are members of Jewish Voices for Peace, and they tour all around the country, showing up at every like pro-Palestinian protest or whatever the fuck they're doing, and they just they parade them around like, here's one of the good Jews. It's 10,000 people of 6 million in America, and part of the disgusting propaganda that they do is that they try to convince everybody that this is this represents the Jewish majority, but it's
okay. So number one, no, they don't. Literally, what JVP does, which there's no evidence, there's only 10,000 of them. He just imagines that 50% of JVP is not Jewish, which I don't know where he got that from, right? But what they do, JVP, is their existence as an organization is to show that Jewish people are not a monolith. Their existence is to show that not every Jewish person thinks like Ethan Klein thinks. And he's getting mad because he's saying, no, we are a monolith. No, Jews are a monolith. And we are monolithically behind Israel, as we all should. And if you're not a Jew, if you are a Jew that's not with Israel, you are a token. That's what Ethan's saying here. He's literally saying, like, yeah, real Jews don't want peace. That's what he's saying. That is what he's saying, right? In a group that is showing, like, hey, not all Jewish people believe, like, in the project of the colonial project of Israel, right? Or defend the war crimes that Israel is, doing, right? We are not a monolith. There are people, like, this is not like the idea that the pro-Palestinian movement is all Arabs or Palestinians or Muslims, and they only want, or they're only supporting Palestine to eradicate the Jews or whatever. It's not true, right? They exist as a way to show that the movement is multifaceted, right? It's the same way that how there were white people in the civil rights movement, right, who stood alongside hand in hand with black people. They were showing that white people are not monolithic and that the struggle for civil rights is a multifaceted, right, multi-ethnic, diverse coalition. That's it. That's it. JP has over 750,000 members / supporters, not 20,000. There were tokens too, I guess. Yeah. Ethan's totally discounting the agency of any Jew that speaks out against Israel. I mean, they're a token according to Ethan, which I don't know what he means by that. Like, does he mean that they don't have, like, the agency to speak out against something that they find atrocious? Are they being brainwashed by like the Muslims and the Arabs and the Palestinians to support Palestine? Is it 20K and then 10K? Yeah, because he doesn't believe the entirety of JVP is Jewish. So he assumes that half of them must be, like non-Jewish.
I live like a capitalist.
No evidence behind that, by the way.
I live as a capitalist.
No evidence for anything that he's saying.
Hammond Fist
Right?
just subscribed.
Hammond Fist, thank you for the 13-month resubscription. Also, MP Striker, thank you for the gifted sub. You know, same thing as Fox News did, JVP, Fox's Eyes. Who's paid for t-shirt? Ethan is wondering this too. Yeah. You can convert to Judaism too, by the way. I mean, tell it to Ethan. 20,000, he said, are just due paying members, by the way. I think Ethan is just doesn't want people to see Israel and Israelis in a negative light, and thinks the best way to do that is not by putting pressure on Israel to stop, rather to paint the people who say hard to hear truths of Israel as anti-Semitic and pro-terrorist. Can you join JVP as a non-Jew? Just wondering. I mean, I'm sure you can. Like, I don't think they like kick you out if you're not Jewish. Right? But I don't necessarily know why you would be like, I'm not Jewish, but I will join Jewish Voices for Peace specifically, as opposed to like another organization that's more aligned with your identity. Either way, they're everybody's for the same cause. Right? If not now, and JVP aren't like exclusive, but it makes sense that a good percentage of their due paying members would be Jewish, not a huge stretch. Yeah, because like it's specifically for, and like, not specifically for Jewish people, but like there are other organizations that are also dedicated to Palestinian liberation that for the most part people would be more likely to join if they're not specifically identifying as Jewish. But if you are Jewish and you are for Palestinian liberation, you're more likely to join an organization of like-minded or like identity individuals fighting for that same cause, right? Like, for example, on college campuses, there's like a Black student union that fights for things for black students. You don't have to be a black student to fight for those things, right? But if you want those things as well, there are other organizations that are not specifically labeled as black student organization fight for those things as well. And you would align more with that than that specific thing. It's like saying half of the people in NAACP or black student unions aren't black. Did you read my mind, bro? Are we on the same page? We literally just said the exact same thing. But yeah. Yeah, it would not be it would be a weird thing to just imagine saying like, yeah, the black student union, let's imagine half of those people aren't even black. Like, why would you do that? It doesn't make sense. Unless you're trying to paint them as like a, invalid organization. Bro, I was shocked when I hit send. You can, of course, support and follow the work of JVP without joining. It would be super weird to do action with them if you're not Jewish. I mean, some people do stuff like that. You know what I mean? There are white people who join black fraternities and sororities just because they can and just because people are not exclusive. Right? Why would they? Who knows? But they can, and sometimes they do. Right? So I'm sure that there is a contingent of JVP that aren't Jewish specifically, but are allies. They're not going to kick you out for doing so. Right? But like it's Ethan has no evidence that 50% of JVP aren't Jewish. There's no evidence for that. He's made that up. Right? He's completely made that up. Let's see. Do I have to be Jewish to join JVP? Scroll down. Where? Oh, here. Do I have to be Jewish to join JVP? No, you do not. JVP is an organization that is inspired by Jewish values and traditions that work towards peace and justice. We're committed to building an inclusive Jewish community that, like many of our families, welcome Jews and allies who share the values and appreciate our traditions, who advocate for the end of the Israeli human rights abuses, and who oppose anti-Jewish hatred, anti-Arab racism, and Islamophobia. Yeah. Everyone I know in JVP is a Jew, which makes sense because it's Jewish voice for peace, Like they're not like exclusatory. Like if you're Jewish, you cannot join. Or if you're not Jewish, you can't join. Right? But it makes sense that if you are Jewish, if you're Jewish and you're pro-Palestinian, you are more likely to join that organization, right, than other Palestinian liberation organizations. You know what I mean? And so what Ethan is saying is not based in reality, right? It's not. There's no foundation in reality about what Ethan is saying. Also, I have to run to the bathroom.
Jews. It's 10,000 people of 6 million in America, and part of the disgusting propaganda that they do is that they try to convince everybody that this represents the Jewish majority, but it's not. Anyway, whatever.
Does not represent it.
All right. Yeah, he's a total piece of shit. I hate it. And I'm so glad to see that. I mean, dude, as a Jewish guy, how are you going to sit across from Bad Empanada or Ferogan and be like, it's cool. The Sabra tier list is awesome. I'm going to totally co-sign everything. It wasn't anti-Semitic at all. Bad Empanada hates Jewish people. That's not even like in debate. And for him to like sit there and platform him, and I mean, this is the equivalent of like Ben Shapiro platforming Candace Owens.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same type of thing. And it's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Like, at least frankly, it's more ironic in Ben's case because he apparently cares about Jewish issues and stuff. I don't think Matt Lieb cares about Jewish issues at all.
Also, the interview with Bad Empanada.
I'm judging by the chat interaction that Ethan Klein said, hey, maybe I should not say these things about Jewish voices for peace, and that it's no bueno. And I am sorry, and he apologizes, right? That's what he does. That's what he does, right? As you know, I've had a feeling.
Panada or Farouk. Yeah, he's a whatever the fuck they're doing, and they just they parade them around like here's one of the good Jews. It's 10,000 people of 6 million in America, and part of the disgusting propaganda that they do is that they
like it's so funny to stand against Jewish voices for peace. Like, you know what people were like, how I talked about yesterday, how like if you're like anti-fascist, what does that make you? Like, if you're standing against Jewish voices for peace, like it seems interesting. Causes all tokens and downplays our numbers, yeah. Voices for violence.
They pretend, they try to convince everybody that this is this represents the Jewish majority, but it's not. Anyway, whatever.
Bro, he's saying that like being for peace does not represent the Jewish majority. Like he's saying that they're trying to make us believe that being for peace is what the Jewish majority wants, and they're wrong. Like does he know what he's saying? No, I don't think so. Like, and I want to point out that like that's not even what JVP does. JVP is not trying to convince the world that like all Jewish people are anti-Zionist, right? They are merely trying to say, hey, there is a contingent of people, right, who are Jewish, who disagree with the actions of the state of Israel. That's it. Right? They say no matter what Western media or people like Ethan Klein try to tell you, right, we exist, not in our name, right, is like the slogan. That's the thing. Right? You're using Judaism to push for like, ethnic supremacy and genocide. Don't do that using Judaism. That's like, I don't know. How do you argue with this person? How do you argue with this person? I have no idea. Is Ethan just basically calling them tokens too? No, he's not basically calling them tokens, Chad. Don't get mistaken. He's outright calling them tokens. He's like, this is not something he's hiding. It's not basically, he is saying they are tokens. That is a word that he specifically has used to describe them.
Does not represent
JP isn't claiming to be the majority opinion. They are showing that that they are a possible and allowed position. That's what Ethan finds threatening. Yeah. right? They are in direct counter to what Ethan presents, and that is that, you know, all Jewish people not only want but require the state of Israel, and the atrocities that they are committing are justified in some level because the state of Israel is necessary for Jews. And the existence of Jewish voices that don't agree with him are a threat to that. They are a threat to Zionism. That's it. Ethan Klein is threatened by, if not now, threatened by JVP because their existence as Jewish people who are against the atrocities of the state of Israel is a threat to Zionism. Why he's taking a threat to Zionism personally, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, but just that's just something to point out.
All right. Yeah, he's a total piece of shit. I hate it. And I'm so glad to see that. I mean, dude, as a Jewish guy, how are you going to sit across from Bad Empanada or Ferogan and be like, you know, it's cool. The Sabra tier list is awesome. I'm going to totally co-sign everything. It wasn't anti-Semitic at all.
But like, he just said that the Sabra tier, like he doesn't like Sabra. I'm confused. We just saw the clip.
Bad Empanada hates Jewish people. That's not even like in debate. And for him to like sit there and platform him, and I mean, this is the equivalent of like Ben Shapiro platforming Candace Owens.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's the same type of thing. And it's like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Like, at least frankly, it's more ironic in Ben's case because he apparently cares about Jewish issues and stuff. I don't think Matt Lieb cares about Jewish issues at all.
Also, the interview with Bad Empanada wasn't like really old. It wasn't like from October 2023.
No,
it was from a month ago.
No, it just
They were
happened.
just like talking after, if I remember the timeline correctly, after Bad Empanada was banned for 7 days for like trying to portray killing you guys in the video game.
Yeah.
I mean, the chat told me that that's not true, but you know, I don't know. I'm not like that he was never banned. So that's chat's counter. Get her off the screen. This lady's absolutely nuts. Jeez, I've learned you guys are very strict on the crew as well. I think you guys are more strict on the unpaid intern than Ethan himself. I've never seen chat be like, get her off the street, move, get her away. I don't want to see her anymore. She's not underpaid. I think it's still funny. Is she not getting paid? I don't know. I've always called her the unpaid intern because like that's how chat described her to me the first time I've ever seen her. I was like, chat, who is this? And somebody was like, she's an unpaid intern. I'm like, that's crazy. She might be getting paid. I don't know. But that's what I call her. Because that's the way I describe. I don't even know her name. And her name is not Giardia. And I know it's not Giardia, so I'm not going to call her Giardia. But I don't know what her name actually is. And so I'm just calling her the unpaid intern. All right?
Yep, it was after that.
And Matt Lieb was like, okay, here we go. Bad Empanada.
He's like, cool. Hey, you don't want to kill me, right? I'm one of the good Jews you don't want to kill, right? All right. It's like, bro, you have the... he's such a little scumbag, but he just wants to be accepted so badly. And that's fine. You get it.
Like, accepted by who? Like the pro-Palestinian movement? He's like, oh, he want to be accepted by the pro-Palestinian movement so badly.
Decorated seat at the table there, bud. I feel like I'm missing context of... We talked about him before. And that he responded to me. Do you know what? Or I talked about him in the video briefly that I made recently. Is that what prompted that we got to save the kids
I think
post?
prompted "We Gotta Save the Kids" or your stories?
Your
that
stories,
you just
I
posted?
think. Or
So
something.
you showed the album with the stories, and then Matt Leap replied.
So he said in response to this, I'm 100% against anyone calling CPS on YouTubers they don't like. 48 hours after being harassed by Ethan Klein. Bitch, it's not harassment. Grow up.
Wait, but he called it harassment. Like, Ethan Klein himself has described it as harassment. Am I mistaken? Did he not, like, did he not do that himself? Ethan won't call it harassment because he feels acting unjustified. No. He has called it harassment. He said my harassment is justified. Like, this is what he said. Let me see if I can find it. Where's it at? It's hard to find anything nowadays with all the snarks being down. Does anybody have a link? I know he said it. I found it. Don't worry. Don't worry. I found it. Don't worry. Wait. It was right here the entire time. I knew I had it open. My harassment is defending myself, by the way. They're asking each other, hey, Matt leaves jokes. Do you defend this? You seemingly don't care about, they call it CPS, so I guess you won't. My harassment is defending myself, by the way. Please tell Rhett and Link about their employee, Matt Lee, that's supporting terrorists. Like, he describes what he does as, like, harassment himself, but.
Like 48 hours after being harassed by Ethan Klein. Bitch, it's not harassment. Grow up. These people are so pathetic.
He can talk about us, but you cannot respond. I always love that line.
Bro, you on your show, and I hope you can find this, said that I'm a Jewish supremacist. And then when I...
Oh, no. Why would he say such a thing? What has Ethan ever indicated that he is a Jewish supremacist defending the Jewish supremacist state and the atrocities it does in committing against the Palestinian people? Why would anybody feel like that is the case? I have no idea.
When I call you a piece of shit, call you out, you go, oh, I'm being harassed. Like, how do these people always go to the same pathetic talking points?
I don't know.
How is it harassment that I made a few Insta stories about you, you pathetic fucking worm?
You choose to participate in a snark Reddit page with your name on it, and then it's a problem that Ethan points it out? I'm sorry. It's
the interview Bad Empanada, bro.
It's disgraceful to participate in a snark page. It is.
Is it? Okay, chat. Give me the clip. Give me the clip. Give me the "we made a snark page" clip that Ethan himself said literally like 2 weeks ago, if that far. Or Ethan leaking that he or somebody made a Hassan snark page. Like, he's gone on multiple snark pages and promoted them. Yeah, like, yeah, sorry. Somebody made it. Somebody. Somebody made the snark page. Right. It was somebody. Not them, of course. It was somebody.
What? Ethan
have
Klein.
to imagine that they are actively participating in it. Because why, when we make a Hassan...
Why is it so freaking tiny, bro? Huh, that's what she said. Sorry. That wasn't called for. Sorry.
What? Ethan
have
Klein.
to imagine that they are actively participating in it. Because why, when we make a Hassan... When somebody makes a Hassan Piker snark, it gets banned immediately for harassment.
What?
That I have to imagine that they are actively participating in it. Because why, when we make a Hassan... When somebody makes a Hassan Piker snark, it gets banned immediately.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Interview bad empanada, bro.
It's disgraceful to participate in a snark page. It is. And
I think it's
It's so funny to say this on their Snark podcast during their Snark segment. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's such a funny thing to say on their Snark podcast during their Snark segment. Ethan had to make a specific segment at the end of his podcast because his audience was getting mad that the entire podcast was turning into a Snark podcast. So we had to relegate it to like the end of the podcast because he kept snarking too much. But sure.
Is allowed to point it out.
And also,
and
as
if that's too much for you, maybe get off the internet.
Right.
And
or at least get off...
Bro, it's so funny to say this. Like, Ethan was just complaining about how he was being so harassed. He's being harassed so much and how it's so... And nobody will do anything about it. Reddit won't do anything about it. And Twitch won't do anything about it. And nobody will do it. Nobody cares. Why does nobody care? Like... Fast forward literally like 2 days later, it's like, oh, if you can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen. Just leave the internet if you can't handle people criticizing you. Bro. Like, the irony is insane. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Maybe don't work for a reputable company like Red and Link. You don't deserve to work there.
I was going to say, you don't have to get off the internet, but you should certainly get off that show.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
What? What? Get off of his own show? What does he mean, get off that show? Like, his own show? His own podcast? Oh, get off of Good Mythical Morning? What? So his take is if you can't handle criticism, get off of Good Mythical Morning? What?
Subscribed. 6 months of sitting my white ass down and listening city.
I don't even know what his point is. He wants to get Matt Lee fired. I get that. But I don't understand, like, how did that... What does that mean in this context? The entire thing was about, like, hey, if you can't handle the heat, get out the kitchen. But is it, hey, if you can't handle getting harassed, get off of Good Mythical Morning.
Just subscribed.
So he's basically saying, leave Good Mythical Morning and I'll stop harassing you. Quit your job and then I'll leave you alone. Okay. Sure. Unless I'm not understanding what he's saying here. That's how it reads to me.
You don't deserve to work there.
I was going to say, you don't...
Link.
Right.
And
or at least
maybe don't work for a reputable company.
Oh, I guess I missed that part. Okay, run it back. Sorry, I did miss that part.
To participate in a snark page. It is, and
I think it's
Ethan
disgraceful as a
is allowed to point it out.
And also,
And
as
if that's too much for you, maybe get off the internet.
Right,
And
or at least get off.
maybe don't work for a reputable company like Red and Link.
Yeah, so they're saying quit your job. If you leave one comment on a snark page one time, you must now be open to being harassed forever in perpetuity until you quit your reputable job. Okay, sure. I think I'm starting to formulate what he's saying. Did you mention Mahmoud Khalil? No. No, they did not.
You don't deserve to work there.
You don't deserve to work there. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Like, what are we talking about? You don't deserve to work at a reputable company? Like, how is this not like targeted harassment? How is this not brigading? Like, oh yeah, sorry, it's defending themselves. Yeah. Getting Matt Lieb banned, or not banned, sorry, fired from his job at Good Mythical Morning is the defense. The offense as defense tactic. I'm familiar with that one. I think there's also a state that uses that tactic as well. I can't think of the name though.
I was gonna say you don't have to get off the internet, but you should certainly get off that show.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I think he should be fired, frankly, and I hope he is fired because he's pathetic.
Okay.
And he interviewed a fucking basically a terrorist.
Okay. So okay. Few things here. One, we've moved past Bada Banana being a terrorist supporter, and now Bada Banana is just a terrorist. Sure. And so now that Bada Banana is now a terrorist, Matt Lieb did the Hassan, and he interviewed a terrorist. And therefore he should be fired because he interviewed Bada Banana, who's a terrorist. Sure. Sure. All right. He claims Bada Banana is wanted in multiple countries. That's pretty funny. Sure. What do you say to this? Genuinely, what do you say to this? Like, Ethan can just call somebody a terrorist and say you interviewed a terrorist. And to be fair, this is Ethan's MO, now that I think about it. Ethan's MO is call somebody a terrorist, claim that you interviewed a terrorist after you've interviewed them already in the past, and therefore justifiably, like, you're not justified to be harassed and getting fired from your job because they claim that you've interviewed a terrorist. But, hear me out. He also claims that Bada Banana and Hassan were the same. So if Bada Banana is now a terrorist, then Hassan is also now a terrorist. And he also did a show with Hassan. So would that not mean that he also interviewed a terrorist? And would that not mean that Ethan should also then thus be banned for his own rules? And yeah, and those episodes are still up. And there's a lot more of them. He did a lot more interviewing a terrorist than Hassan or Matt Lieb did, ever. I'm just saying. Yes, Ethan now must quit Good Mythical Morning. Ethan now must quit Good Mythical Morning. Confirmed. Confirmed. He must quit. Has anyone pointed it out to them? No, he doesn't take criticism. He must cancel himself. Fall on the sword. Cancel yourself, Ethan. You've now interviewed a terrorist. We must inform Rhett and Link. He should not be working at a Good Mythical Morning. He should not be working at Good Mythical Morning. They must know what Ethan Klein did. They must know. We must inform them. We must inform. We must inform them. Exactly. He probably has a 1 week follow the chat restriction, just like Asmund does now. No, chatter. You don't understand it. He doesn't even have a 1 week follow. You must pay Ethan Klein money to chat in his chats. You must pay him money every month to chat. It's paywalled. Well, it's not showing up right now.
Sat across from some.
Like every single person you see chatting here has paid him money to chat. So, yeah, it's not even like just a weak follow mode. His content, Nuke on Reruns channel, Twitch is a sub only too. Not only is it sub only, it's sub only and emote only. Because somebody gifted me a sub to the channel. And so you don't know that until you
The structures
until you subscribe. Right? It's emote only. So you have to pay money to type emotes in this chat. Oh, I can knock for collaboration. All right, come on, Ethan. Let's stream together. Don't worry, I'm waiting. I'm waiting. Hello? I'm waiting for you to accept. I'm ready. I'm ready. Just let me know. No shot anybody's at the computer. They might be. Maybe I need to turn my camera on too.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
Leftovers 2.0.
Big underscore.
Was happy I just got back. Oh, I knocked for a guest star on the H3H3 Productions channel. I doubt someone's there. They might be there. Provided Ethan's face pops up, that would be pretty funny. There's a point of rewording this to sycophants who already hate us on anyway. Though it doesn't pull in new people, it's stupid and doesn't make sense from his perspective. It's just he said it himself, it's a protest. Right? It's a protest against Twitch. I was genuinely shocked if he accepts. I too would be genuinely shocked, to be fair. Maybe we should share chats. Let's see. All right, we're just waiting for him to accept. Ask to join stream anytime. Request sent. I sent it again. Now we wait. I sent the request. He was hoping the account would get banned because it would prove that Son deserves to be banned off the platform permanently. I genuinely don't think that he was expecting it to be banned though. You're gonna get an Instagram mention? For what? Can I not just, okay, chat, can I not use a Twitch enabled feature to knock on someone's stream asking for collaboration? To ask them for collaboration? This is a Twitch established feature. This will be the same thing as typing in chat. You think the ending of Daima? I like the form that was introduced. He mentioned you before. He has, just offhandedly, because he doesn't really have anything. No, he's gonna get you fired from Good Mythical Warning. True. Okay, don't worry. I'll just shrink this. Ooh. Wait. Oh, maybe I should leave a message. Hey, bestie. Saw you started streaming on Twitch and want to... Oh, it's only 40 characters. I'm gonna hop in and dislike a song. Dang it. Hey, bestie, let's dislike Hassan together! Exclamation point. Knock. We're gonna save this for later. We'll come back to it in a second. I put it underneath my cam. Let's listen to you.
Someone who is literally tweeted out he wants to jerk off to fucking the images of dead children from October 7th. Like, do I need to pull up the greatest hits? No.
We might need to, because every time...
I don't even think that's true. Wasn't he banned on Twitter? Wait.
Things get clipped. I don't know. So maybe it's good to have those moments in there.
All right, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, kind of. It's so horrible. It's just
a lot of
people are.
It was banned during that period. That's what I heard as well.
All right, you guys want to know about Bad Empanada? He says he says it's fake, but he's like a maniac. He's a total fucking maniac. And even Hassan says it in the video.
Wait, okay. Hold on. Ethan says it's fake, but because he's a maniac, I believe it. You can't do that. That won't fly. That's crazy. That's crazy.
He's like, oh, I hate Empanada. I'll never bring him on the show. He's like, he has millions of Twitter accounts. He like obsessively harasses and doxes people. And
he hates him until he started talking about you. And in his own words, Hassan's words, he said, bad empanada turned into good empanada. It's that shallow.
That's a joke, bro. It's a joke because bad is in his name. And then good is like the opposite of bad. So like, I'm not gonna explain jokes to these people, bro.
Hassan.
Yeah, well, and Matt Lieb too. And I was gonna say it's disgraceful also for a Jewish man to sit across from Bad Empanada.
Absolutely.
Are we gonna litigate the extensive history that... No, I'll do it. I'll do it. The extensive history that Ethan has in like...
Things aren't normal right now. I've always wanted Legal Eagle to be the go-to source for in-depth legal breakdowns and analysis covering the most important legal subjects in the country. But the way things are going with this country, it's simply not possible. There are tectonic...
Thank you. Thank you, chatter. I got clickbaited. Okay. They did not answer. Sad face, my very thoughtful message was not answered by face recliners. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. What was I saying? Oh, there's an extensive history of Ethan Klein, like, talking to and cozying up to people who are anti-Semitic, who hold anti-Semitic beliefs. And talking about positively as well. Like, don't worry, Ethan will talk about it for 4 hours next week. Nah, he won't. What did he say about Benjamin people? By the way, I have no clue. Maybe he can inform us. But yeah.
I mean,
so anyway, he said.
Can you show Bedham Panada's comments about when he turned on Hassan?
About he said
those were like
liberal.
He like really hated on Jewish people there. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that comment was pretty gross.
Yeah.
I mean, and he also called AB a house slave.
Yeah.
For not.
Oh, they see the comments. That's good to know, at least. Because it's good to know that they actually have to see and engage with the comments themselves.
Quitting.
Yeah.
I guess. Leaving. Actually, yeah, his comment about Hassan is worth looking at because it was pretty
really
vile, and he can't deny it was him. But anyway, I didn't finish this Matt Lieb quote.
Okay.
I'm 100% against calling CPS on YouTubers they don't.
Like, also, I point out, I don't think Bad Banana called AB a house slave. Again, it's not what he said about AB is correct. I don't particularly appreciate, non-black people co-opting language that was used against black people for their own purposes. Personally, but that's just me. House slave is a political term that just means like a collaborator, but I agree that I don't like that. It has its roots and bases in anti-blackness specifically. There are house slaves that aren't black. It has its roots and bases in anti-blackness, chat. And if you don't understand that, I don't know what to tell you. I think you're dumb and you're being disingenuous. There are roots in it's where it comes from, chat. It's where it comes from. The U.S. It comes from chattel slavery. This is not a debatable topic. It is informed by and comes from chattel slavery. What are we talking about here? I don't think he used the term house slave. No, he did. Chat, he did say house slave. It's not a U.S. term. Bad Banana lives in Latin America. It comes from and is informed by chattel slavery. Hassan uses the term. Hassan does not call people house slaves. Like, and if he did, I think that would also be not good. If it wasn't a U.S. term, it wouldn't be in English. I mean, to be fair, like, Europe also uses English as well. But yeah, it is a term, and it is in English because it is informed by its history in America. Disagreeing with you, I'm saying that he knows, Bad Banana knows where it comes from. So I've never used the term. I didn't think he used the term either. That's just my take, right? Bad Banana knows he's just an edgy fuck. I mean, yeah, he's being edgy. And again, I can understand what he's saying, right? And disagree with the usage of the word, which is why I didn't talk about it, because I don't think it's necessarily like a productive conversation. Like, I'm gonna say that, like, he shouldn't have used the word. You guys are gonna say, like, I know what he means. We're not gonna get anywhere with that conversation. You know what I mean?
Don't like. Okay, so far so good. 48 hours after being harassed
you
by.
Understand saying why bother focusing on the term? Because it's a term that was historically used against my people. You fucking moron. Like, what are we talking about here? It's a term. I am a descendant of slaves, chatter. Are you fucking stupid? You dumb? My family lineage was enslaved. These are my ancestors we're talking about. Like, because you can say the same thing without using the term, yeah. So few people should be bothered by that word. We are the few, yeah. Again, I understand what he means, and which is the reason why I didn't bring it up. I didn't talk about it when he said it. I didn't talk about it before now. I Chatter brought it up, and I'm giving you my take on it because I don't think it's productive. You say you didn't want to bring it up early for the same reason? Yeah, I didn't want to bring it up because it's not productive, right? And you're keeping me on the conversation. It's not productive. I'm giving you my take on it because the Chatter brought it up. I'm saying that I do not appreciate the use of the term. I'm not going to lie to you and say, no, it was totally fine for him to say this if I didn't believe that. And I would like to move on. Can we move on? Thank you. This is why I don't like to talk about Bada Banada in general. I don't like talking about him. I don't like, defending the things that I think is good. I don't like criticizing the things I think is bad because it's not productive. You guys have your faves. You will either like Bada Banada or not like Bada Banada. It's not a useful discussion, which is why I don't engage with like what he does essentially a lot of the time. You can watch him. You can enjoy his content. You can appreciate that, and I will talk about what I want to talk about here. If we all can understand that, we can continue.
Ethan Klein, we gotta save them kids.
See, like, that is just not okay. Ethan pointing out that you participate in a snark page under your own name is totally legitimate.
Not as unproductive, especially when the topic is originally centered on Ethan's derangement. Yeah, that's my take.
You joking about saving our kids is not legitimate. That is not okay. And if you want to pretend like you're morally above us, how are you going to tweet stuff like that? That's just not okay.
Well, that's why he makes
our kid page under your own. Ethan pointing out that you participate in a snark page under your own name is totally legitimate. You joking about saving our kids is not legitimate. That is
what? Okay, so they're saying like when you do a joke, it's bad, but when we do a joke, it's good. Literally, literally. It's, hey, when we harass you, it's a joke, but when you make a joke, it's not a joke. Therefore, you are bad and we are good. Like, what? Look, that's literally what she's saying.
Ethan pointing out that you participate in a snark page under your own name is totally legitimate. You joking about saving our kids is not legitimate. That is not okay. And if you want to pretend like you're morally above us, how are you going to tweet stuff like that? That's just not okay.
Well, that's why he tokenizes him.
Ethan will say insanely more unhinged things and will hide behind the fact that he is a comedian who is doing jokes. But literally at the time when anybody else do jokes, anybody else does a joke, right? Then they are taken completely seriously. And there's no level of like charitability that it's a joke. It's just like they are completely serious. He's misinterpreting his statement too, or am I wrong? No, she is. But it doesn't matter. Right? Because whenever they do something, it has to be a joke or it's explained away by comedy. Whenever anybody else does anything, it has to be completely done in sincerity. Right? It's completely done in sincerity.
So he can feel special.
Well, you're not special. You're just a snarker, just as bad as all of them.
Also, I love the posting twice on a snark page makes you a snarker, but having a podcast dedicated to snarking does not make you a snarker. Respect.
Yeah.
Does Red and Link approve of that message about
I
taking
promise
kids away?
you they don't.
I would like to know.
I would like to know.
I would like to know their comment on this.
From everything that
this is a call for brigading, by the way. Let's be entirely clear about what this is. This is a call for brigading. Floyd Chloe, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Also, Yeet the Riz, thank you for the gifted sub, and then Big Al Cake, thank you for the gifted 4-month subscription as well. Yeah, this is a call for brigading, right? Saying, well, I would like to know what they think, is a call for their audience to go and harass them to give their thoughts. It's what it is. It's a call to brigade. It's a call to harass.
I could always tell they're really good people. I promise you, if they see this, they're not okay with that.
Sorry to be the last video. That was in the comments. Yeah.
And I wish that somebody would send it to them. I don't have contact with them.
Okay, now this is even like just a call for brigade. Like, this is like a direct, this is a direct order to brigade. I wish somebody would send it to them. That is an order. That is an order to their audience of 30,000 people to brigade. That's what it is. It went from like, oh, I wish they would see this, to be like a implication, like, oh, maybe you should go send this to them, to like, I wish somebody will send this to them. Like, that's a call to brigade. Condescending Walrusing for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. A dangerous game they're playing, especially in the Clancy confrontations. It just takes one unhinged A3 fan for someone to get seriously hurt. Yeah. Also, I don't understand how they think this is going to make them look good. Just in general. I did see the Shredder pooping in the studio thing when Red and Link were on the podcast. Maybe we'll get to that in, at the end of this section. This section goes on for so long. How much more can be said here?
I mean,
the problem with tweets like this,
I hope they see it.
They think it's like all fun and games and he's being silly. The problem is CPS actually came to our house, and when you guys justify it with jokes like this, it's creating the environment.
Oh, so he understands it's a joke. So he does get it's a joke.
And when you guys justify it with jokes like this, it's creating the environment in which it's okay for people to do this, where they feel like this is acceptable. They go, yeah, he harassed Matt Lieb. I guess it was kind of justified.
No, it's not okay on any level.
By the way, he quote tweeted this. All I said is Matt Lieb is a contributor to the H3 Snark subreddit, the old one and the new one. This is the community responsible for CPS visiting us. He goes, yeah, that's bad, but actually, you know what? They're kind of based and correct.
We also cannot see it in this screenshot, but this tweet that he tweeted, it has like 500,000 views and 8K likes. He's like basically promoting it even more. Like, okay, yeah.
Promoting what? Oh, calling CPS? Sure.
CPS was a good call, actually, yeah.
Wait,
that tweet.
Is it still up?
Yeah, it's still up.
Well, send it here. That's the thing, too.
What happened to AB and Love and Dan? I know they're still there because I hear their voices pop in every now and then. But like now this is a 3-man show. Now it's just the unpaid intern, Ethan and Hila. Like that's what this has turned into. Like, is there provided any evidence that the haters called CPS on him? No. There's no evidence provided for that. Did Ian leave too? That's what I saw. Did Love even ever give any pushback? I don't know. I didn't see it, but like
every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay?
I would just like, I at least appreciate it a little bit more when there were more people involved with the hate and stuff. You know what I mean? But like, I don't like the unpaid intern. Not my favorites.
When you tokenize yourself, especially on Twitter, you get
what? How is this token? I what?
You get your voice gets amplified. They bring you to the front of the crowd. Look at this good Jewish guy. See, they agree with
okay,
us.
Madly.
This has nothing to do with like Israel specifically. What is he talking about? Wait, because Matt Lieb is a popular like creator in his own right. Like, what are we talking about here? Like, yeah, he has 70,000 followers. Like, of course he's gonna have tweets that do well. He has 70,000 people watching him or following him. What are we talking about here? He's getting mad that his tweet performed well when he's a creator who does tweets with an audience. And he's saying like, oh, this is him being tokenized because he had a tweet that had 8,000 likes. Like, okay, sure. Okay, sure, I guess. Yeah, it's anti-Semitic to have a banger tweet. The more you know.
So, Mr. Good Jewish, I'm a great parent, and I doubt that you really think that our kids should be taken away. So, are you really going to stand by this statement?
He's kidding.
No, you can't joke about CPS.
Well, especially
Wait, you can't? I'm sure that Ethan's joked about CPS before. I can almost guarantee it, by the way. Almost guarantee it.
Considering they can.
First of all, I don't see what's the joke here, but you can't joke about that. This is not funny, and this is crossing all lines.
About it?
Well, especially considering they actually came to our house. So anyway,
they joked about it earlier, saying CPS took Ian. Then what are we talking about here? Nah, okay. Find that and send it to me, please, please, cause like, what do you mean? What do you mean? They joked about CPS earlier in this stream specifically. Like, it's actually a funny joke. It is a funny joke. You know what I mean? But like, it's so crazy to say that, and then later on in your podcast, be like, you can't joke about CPS. It's a serious situation. Like,
is owning me by saying, actually, you know what, Base, the CPS should visit their house. We got to save them. Yeah, 400,000 views and 8,000 likes. And I'm sure
CPS showed up. They are too good at victimizing themselves for content. Again, I have no way of knowing whether or not the CPS actually showed up or not. Ethan provided a card as evidence. It's like, at that point, we're just, we have to take him at face value a little bit to talk about everything else that he could potentially be lying about. But, let's defend Ela anyway, but joking about an adult getting taken by CPS clearly different than CPS taking kids. But like the implication that like you can or cannot joke about CPS. She didn't say like you can't joke about kids being taken away from CPS or whatever. She said you don't joke about CPS in general, and while joking about CPS in their own situation, where they have CPS meetings, this week. I think it's hypocritical.
Sure, this guy's a nobody, more or less.
What? Matt Lieb is a nobody? Then why are you talking about him?
Based on his podcast views, I'm just assuming. I can't imagine that he's getting crazy engagement. Oh, look, here he is. Yesterday.
Wait, okay, first of all, no. Okay, if Ethan looked on Twitter, he would know. Engagement on Twitter doesn't matter about like follower count, right? I get insane engagement on my Twitter on some of my tweets. Not all of my tweets, but on some of my tweets, right? If you tweet about the correct thing at the correct time, you get insane engagement. Right? Like this tweet didn't get any engagement. This tweet got some engagement. This tweet got some engagement. This tweet got a lot of engagement, bro. This tweet got some engagement. This tweet got some good engagement. This tweet got a lot of engagement. Right? This tweet got good engagement. This tweet, it's Hassan's tweets, of course it's got good engagement. These tweets did not get that great engagement. But like it's like, and I have like 37,000 followers. You know what I mean? So like, I don't even know what my point was.
Many Jews.
Wow, this guy's gonna talk to me about Jewish issues while after sitting across from Bad Empanada. Yesterday, me and my Jewish home.
Well, this happened in November 16th, 2023. So this actually was not after. It was actually before. But yeah.
We planted ourselves at Hollywood and Highland to demand a ceasefire from Spider-Man and Batman. Oh, because they're on Hollywood. I also want a ceasefire.
I am so proud.
So what's the issue? What's the problem? Like, what is his issue with this then? You know what I mean? But also, I want to point out that there is a difference between wanting a ceasefire in November 16, 2023, and wanting a ceasefire now. But I just want to point that out.
To be marching with so many Jews.
Yes, the Jews. The Jews are here. Did we mention that? Give the.
I mean, I think that's an important thing to mention, because especially at this time, there was this idea that like all Jewish people were aligned behind Israel, right? And so it's important to note that like it is a diaspora of people who are alongside Palestinians. Like it's not just, you know, Muslims or Arabs or Palestinians. It is, you know, Christians and Jews and, you know, black people and white people and you know, just like a wide amount of people with different races, ethnicities, faiths, creeds, socioeconomic status. It is a diverse group. That's the entire point. They're saying, hey, we are diverse here. We're not all just one person. It's all of us.
Jewish guy, the mic.
Child of all ages.
Yes. And of course they're Jews there, right? And Jews have are allowed to have different perspectives and stuff, but this man is
so yeah, what are you getting mad at? He's just repeating what Matt was just saying.
And Jews have are allowed to have different perspectives and stuff, but this man is like the embodiment of a fucking Jewish token. Like, holy fuck.
Like how? You have to explain that. You have to explain that. You can't say, oh no, Jews got different opinions, but then also be like, but this one is a token. How? You have to explain that. You can't just drop that without an explanation.
Fuck. You can't come here and talk about Jewish issues after you just got done sucking off bad empanada.
This was also, again, November 16th, 2023. So, I don't know, just like, consider that. I don't know. I think Ethan maybe Ethan has like Benjamin Button syndrome, where like he goes backwards in time, you know? Maybe Ethan lives in like Tenet, right? Like he just experienced times backwards. And so for Ethan, he's right. For Ethan, Matt Lieb had already like had a podcast with Bad Empanada, right? Previously. And then now at this time, then like, yeah, he's like speaking about a ceasefire. He just experienced time backwards.
Give me a fucking break, bro.
Genders.
He loves that applause. It makes him feel so important and good and just and righteous.
Like, is you good, Ethan? Like, look how mad he is, bro. Look at how mad he is. And I think I realize why he's mad, right? I think he's mad because he sees Matt Lieb as somebody who is Jewish but also pro-Palestine, as something that he tries to portray himself as, but nobody takes seriously. You know what I mean? Like he like portrays himself as like the pro-Palestinian Jew and that he cares about Palestinian liberation, but nobody takes it seriously because he's always running defense for Israel, right? But Matt Lieb is somebody that is actually taken seriously for being pro-Palestinian because he puts his money where his mouth is. He like, you know, goes out, he steps out, he speaks, you know, at a ceasefire rally in November, right? He didn't wait a year and a half to say, I want a ceasefire. Right, he actually talks about these issues, he focuses primarily on the issues that Palestinians are faced with, right? Where Ethan Klein has spent the last year and a half crying about Hassan being bad. You know what I mean? He's mad because it's a real example of a pro-Palestinian Jewish person, and when you compare them, it's more obvious that Ethan is not pro-Palestine. Yeah. Like, you feel such a betrayal. How dare Matt Lieb, a Jewish man, be actually pro-Palestine and not just superficially? This week from Matt is made me tear up. It's incredible. Yeah, it proves Ethan is a fraud.
And nationalities who are brave enough to demand an immediate...
Brave enough to demand a ceasefire? Everybody's asking for a ceasefire. That's not brave.
He's so stupid, bro. What a fucking moron. This is in November. Do you know what you were doing in November, you fucking lunatic? You were trying to get the pro-Palestinian voices on the platform banned. And he's been a year and a half of doing so. And so yeah, a year and a half later, in March of 2025, I'm sure it's super easy. Once the ceasefire deal was actually signed by Hamas and Israel, to come out and be like, yeah, everybody's pro ceasefire. It's super easy to do that now, isn't it? You weren't there in November of 2023, right? Demanding a ceasefire. You weren't in the trenches. Matt was in the trenches. Right now he's defaming JVP while they protested for his rights. People are getting arrested, taking my eyes, self-deported, house raided over a ceasefire, etc. It's like, it's crazy. Even now people are getting arrested for it. He's like, what? Everybody's saying for a ceasefire. People are currently being arrested, potentially being deported. Multiple people. Right? And he's like, ceasefire is popular. Wow. Wow, he said ceasefire. Wow. Like, do you know how difficult it was to be the dissenting voice in November? In November of 2023? And I can't even imagine it as like a Jewish person whose like entire family was screaming for like bloody murder to be the dissenting anti-Zionist voice in that crowd. Right? How difficult that would be to make that decision at that moment. And Ethan coming out here and belittling that decision in that moment, it's insane. It's crazy. Crazy. Absolutely insane. And this is what I said yesterday, right? I said history will absolve us. History will absolve us. And there will be people who were pretending like they were always on the correct side of history. Always on the correct side of history. Like, no, I supported a ceasefire. Like everybody supports a ceasefire. Everybody does that. Like, yeah, like we all support a ceasefire. I told you this would happen, and look at what was happening. Also, yeah, look at the date for this. November 10th, 2023. Ethan Klein was crying about like the slogans that people like Matt Lieb were saying. That is what his focus was. His focus was decrying from the river to the sea. That is what he was doing. Just sitting here being like, oh no, I was always for a ceasefire, you know? I want a ceasefire too. That's not radical.
Broadly defined at any moment throughout its history, the evisceration of all Jews living in Israel, or the forcible expulsion of all Jews living in Israel. Other militant factors that were never, ever as popular as the broader Palestinian emancipatory movement have taken on this slogan alongside slogans like Free Palestine in general.
There's nothing
the
wrong
same
with
exact
Free
argument to say from Free Palestine from the river to the sea can also be applied to Free Palestine as well. It's just a matter of where the motivations lie. You have to look at
how Israelis view it. Is that you're saying that Israel,
I don't care
as a
about how
country,
Israelis view it. I will admit that I don't.
And Jews at large, I think I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews at large view it. I don't think that is the.
What in what position are you to even say that?
Well, I'm in the position of like almost entirely getting.
So while Ethan Klein was claiming that Jews at large took issue with Free Palestine, or from the river to the sea specifically, right? Like, Ethan Klein now, a year and a half later, is like, oh no, I was always for a ceasefire. I was there. You know, it's not a radical demand. You see a story thanking someone for calling him pro-Palestine in February 2023? No, I did not see that.
And an immediate brave enough to demand a ceasefire. Everybody's asking for a ceasefire. That's not brave. What do you mean? You want to be brave?
What does he think that I want and you want?
He said it. They say
not a ceasefire, and definitely not in November. Like, it's so disingenuous. It's so dishonest. It's so dishonest. They're literally looking at a video that on their screen, from their stream, said November 16th, 2023, and they're acting like it's modern, it's recent. Like, that's so dishonest, bro. So dishonest.
And they want us, we want all Palestinians to die. That's what they say.
Why would anybody think that? When did I ever say
Yeah,
anything
why
like that?
would anybody think that? Oh, why would somebody who said Yoav Galan is a good guy and the moderating voice think that you want all Palestinians to die? They're so off base on that. Why would they think that?
Indicate anything like that? And why would they think that anybody in Israel even wants that? Everybody just wants to move.
Why would people think the Israelis want all Palestinians to die? Do you want to know? Do you really want to know? Do you really want to know why people think that Israelis want all Palestinians to die?
More of them, and
we literally looked at it. Where was it in this video? Where's it at?
seemingly ubiquitous genocidal fervor among Israelis is by just talking to them.
How many civilians have been killed in Gaza, from what you know?
Who gives a shit?
Okay, but don't you feel like, for example, children?
Children grow up to be Arabs. I read the numbers last week. My memory died and went to heaven. I don't think children should suffer, but they're always casualties. And since they do a lot of pruervu, that is the natural result.
חפים מפשע נהרגו בעזה.
טוב, אז כנראה שנעצור.
את לא רוצה לענות על זה?
תודה.
אוקיי, אפשר לשאול למה?
כי אני לא חושבת שיש מישהו שהוא חף פשע שם.
Like, no one goes into the actual polling, the polling data, but like, I won't watch the entire thing. But like, to sit here and act like this is like not a sentiment that is held, at least by some people in Israel, is completely disingenuous. Right? To sit there and think like, no, all Israelis just want a peaceful coexistence. And they don't want to wipe like Palestinians like off the face of the earth. And they cheer on the death of not just like Hamas, but like Palestinian civilians and babies, because they'll potentially grow up to like be adult Arabs. It's kind of insane, right? You can't sit there and genuinely believe that. Oh, this is the new, even long before October 7th, Israelis had this sentiment. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get to the pro-rape riots. Like, it just, come on.
And why would they think that anybody in Israel even wants that? Like that, indicate anything like that?
This polling data was a bit sus, to be fair. Even if you call into question, no, it's polling data. Like, they're not even calling into question that no, it's polling data. That's one thing, right? We got to have a conversation about that. About like how accurate is the polling or the methodology behind the polling. We can have a conversation about that, right? We're not going to get into it, but we can have a conversation about the percentage or how much of the Israeli population believes in full-throated genocide of the Palestinian people, right? But she's claiming that no Israelis cheer the deaths of Palestinian children, babies, and full-throatedly support the genocide. And we know that that's not true. We know that that is inaccurate. Right? Just full stop.
Why would anybody think that? When did I ever say anything like that, indicate anything like that? And why would they think that anybody in Israel even wants that? Everybody just wants to move on and be able to live their life. Everybody—
Like, this is genocide defense, by the way. this is a defense of genocide. Pretending as though everybody wants to move on and live their lives is inaccurate, is not true. The expansion of Israel before October 7th was a form of genocide and ethnic displacement. And it was a thing that, Israelis supported, right? Before October 7th, and even after October 7th, retribution, right? Violent retribution, and the continued military, not even occupation, but the military campaigns in Gaza was something that was also supported by many, in Israel's population. Nobody? You think everybody in Israel wants peace? Peaceful coexistence with the Palestinian people? Really? Really? I can't tell if she genuinely believes this, right? Because if she genuinely believes this, like this is what she believes, that's one thing, right? But if she's lying, right, and it's a noble falsehood, and it's just, propaganda, if you will, then I don't know what you do with that.
So I'm a liberal Zionist, and I have to say that I actually do agree with a lot of what the pro-Palestinian left has to say about Israel. The occupation is awful, and it needs to end. The settlers are crazy. We have to.
By the way, people call Ethan a liberal Zionist. Hila is not a liberal Zionist. I want to make that very clear. She is not a liberal Zionist. She does not. This video does not apply to her. This video applies to Ethan somewhat. She is not applicable. It's not. She's not a liberal Zionist. I just want to make that extraordinarily clear.
Do something about that. Netanyahu, with a lot of what the pro-Palestinian left has to say about Israel. The occupation is awful, and it needs to end. The settlers are crazy, and we have to do something about that. Netanyahu is a criminal. He's going to lead Israel to ruin. The 17-year siege of Gaza has been brutal, and it is completely unconscionable. I agree that Israel is essentially, in parts of it, an apartheid state. But, the one thing is, after the 7th, the thing is that I don't care anymore. I'm bad now. Because, here's the thing. After the 7th, I just kind of realized if it's us or them, then it's got to be us. No more them. I never thought I could be a fascist, but I think I'm a fascist now. And it's kind of great because I have all these new friends. Me and Amy Schumer and the ugly guy from Stranger Things. And I'm getting all these new job opportunities. And I'm like, okay, if this is what... I didn't know that fascism came with stuff. If I had known that, I'd have been a fascist a long time ago. It's kind of nice, too, because now I get to be like, ooh, I'm bad. So I'm just going to be bad now. I can still believe all that other stuff, too, but just not now. I'm going to wait till later. But for now, I'm going to be bad. Okay. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Ethan can definitely apply to this. Except for the apartheid stuff, which he apparently I thought he believed that at some point, but no, now he's just there's no apartheid in Israel, right? He's like, the West Bank, maybe. Israel doesn't exist. So now Ethan doesn't even fit this video of a liberal Zionist. So yeah.
Everybody wants peace. You're not special.
I don't recall him ever agreeing that it's apartheid. I think that was the assumption that I made, giving him charitability. That he agreed with he said apartheid-like conditions. That's what he said. So he said that there are apartheid-like conditions, right? But he never said that it's an apartheid. Even going as far as to deny it by claiming that it's only apartheid-like conditions, which I don't know what that means. What do you mean by that? When you say there's apartheid-like conditions in Gaza and the West Bank specifically? No, I think he said there was apartheid-like conditions in Israel proper, and that there is an apartheid in the West Bank, and he didn't say a genocide in Gaza. I'm pretty sure that's what he said. I don't remember. It was something weird like that.
For wanting peace, you know that, right?
He's brave. Yeah, I love how he
like that's like
congratulates.
the obvious take.
He's so
for wanting peace. Just wants to move on and be able
in Gaza. Really? That I can see that as well.
To live their life. Everybody wants peace. You're not special for wanting peace. You know that, right?
He's brave. Yeah, I love how he
like that's
congratulates.
like the obvious take.
He's so.
Well, if that was the obvious take, then why weren't you guys there on November 16th, 2023? Because they weren't there, by the way. Right? They were so focused on like, you can't say from the river to the sea. That's what they were focused on. So they weren't even at it's time for peace. They weren't there. Let's be clear.
Congratulatory of himself. We are brave enough to come out to cheers and adoration of everybody here.
What is brave is to leave that tweet up. That is brave. I'll say that.
What?
About the CPS.
Yeah,
that is brave.
Absolutely, they should see that tweet.
To claim to be some kind of an activist and also be joking about CPS on your Twitter?
Well, I mean, he's a comedian, so. Yeah.
That's brave.
And by the way, this I don't know for sure, but I'm guessing based on his MO and the timing and everything. I am pretty sure Bad Empanada was involved in the CPS call.
I mean, he's.
Oh, that's a new one. Wonder if he has any evidence for that. Wonder if he has any evidence for that. Like, evidence, the thing you need when you make a claim about something to prove that claim being correct. I'm sure he's going to provide that.
He's saying he was. I don't know if I should believe a word that comes out of his mouth, but he's saying he was. So.
And then Matt had him on his show. That's fucking epic, bro.
Yeah.
He's okay. So now he's saying that Matt Lieb had him on the show after he said he was involved with the CPS call, which is also not true. Somebody's whipping it out there.
He was for sure involved in agitating for it and promoting it everywhere and talking about it. So yeah.
If it wasn't him, it was his intention. I think was to foment enough excitement that somebody eventually did it.
Brave enough to demand an immediate ceasefire.
Yes, this man is so brave. Just speaking objectively, what is brave about what he's doing right now? He's
Who is
there
he demanding it from?
From
the Biden and Harris. Oh wait, actually, you know what? I won't even answer. I want Ethan to answer this one. Yeah, go ahead, answer, Ethan. Who was he demanding it from? Who was he demanding it from?
Question. I don't know.
Okay.
Oh.
Karen Bassin? I don't know.
I'm
mayor
not
of MLA?
speaking to you as a representative of all Jews.
Ethan, do you have anything to say about that?
A bad representative?
Why'd you even say that? It's like, bro, he's playing the token card.
Wait.
Okay. So even Matt Lieb saying that he is not a representative for all Jews is him being a token? What? Like, he's saying he agrees that he's a token, but he's just said he's not a representative for all Jews. But Ethan's also claiming that he's trying to make it seem like he's a representative for all Jews. I am. Is that close to 26K? Oh, we are close to 26K. That actually started happening pretty quickly. We're only 90 away. We can do it, chat. We can do it.
Wait, so you're saying that Jews don't want ceasefire?
No, he says I'm not a representative of all Jews because he's probably accused
Yeah,
of being
but
a
so
token.
far all he said that he wants ceasefire, but then that does not represent all Jewish people.
Well, and also the
No,
entire
he just says,
crutch of it.
bro. So do you want him to speak on behalf of all Jewish people or not? Like, they're getting mad at him for saying that he's not a representative for all Jewish people. And they get mad at him for assuming that he's a representative for all Jewish people.
His speech so far after the beginning, the first 30 seconds, is that he's Jewish.
Yeah.
I'm Jewish. Yes, I don't represent all Jewish people, but I am Jewish, and I'm out here with other Jewish people.
I'm the one that wants ceasefire, but not those other Jewish evil people.
Well, do they want ceasefire? Or if you want a ceasefire, then he's not talking about you. Like, you're on the same side. Like, if you want a ceasefire, you should be with him. You should be like, yeah, he's correct. He didn't say that. You are correct. But like, even if in their projection of what they think he's saying, I don't like, why are they drawing an issue with it? If they want a ceasefire, why does it matter?
Like, what do you think everybody wants, dumbass?
But honestly, that's even defensible. Having bad empanada on is not defensible.
It's not defensible.
Yeah. Like, that's a defensible position. Be like, yeah, I'm Jewish and, you know, whatever. Spend me like a fucking token. It's fine.
I came from a secular family, and
I am not. I am from a secular family. I come in peace.
the closest thing I got to a bar mitzvah is when I was 13, and I one time saw my dad send back soup for not being hot enough.
Yes! Jewish jokes.
Oh, Jewish jokes.
You know, when I was in high school, I used to do a lot of Jewish jokes.
What is, I don't understand what his beef is with this here. Honestly, I cannot watch this for another 20 minutes. I'm gonna be entirely real. I cannot sit through another 20 minutes of this. And then the section about Hassan and Mudahar. So I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it here. It is painful. Maybe tomorrow if I have more energy. I don't know what I'm gonna say about this, bro. I will say that I'm happy that people are not taking Ethan very seriously. So, any fun streams planned for your well-being? Freaking Marvel Rivals, heck yeah! I like Marvel Rivals. It's fun. It is fun. I'm not watching the original. I do have to go. I got a job to do, chat. Make sure I don't have anything else I want to talk about. I think that's pretty much it. Covered this, covered this. Yep, that's everything. Would you play any choice-based games? I feel like chat has asked me that question already. Like Telltale games? Maybe. I'll play. I can play some choice-based games at some point. Just let me know what you want to see, and I'll consider it. Oh, also shout out YouTube chat. I didn't look at you at all today, but I'm sure you guys are great.